Boys. Squad Asimir. The lads. The gang, as it were.
Gaggle.
Gang signs.
Reel it back. Last session, we officially said goodbye to Equinox and headed in a more of a straightforward path northeast, straight through the Bray Geyser fields to the northern part of them, which houses Castle Hankala, our halfway point until Dolshevik. Our other option, our other avenue, was to go through Rain, which is controlled by House Asphodel. It's a safer path to go to. However, we are looking for a much straighter avenue. This will cut about a month off of our journey, going straight here. Within our last session here, I have to pop out cameras. I did not do that, so I can read and do this. Within last session, upon our path, we are traveling with Squad Vrixur, Lydia, Orican, Ishmael's squad, along with Severo as well, and Sanem, the Sargonius woman. You all paused a little bit to deal with the task that you all had at hand in order for your stay within Equinox from the Vedacora. Pretty simple. It seemed that some of the Great Maws were trampling on some crops and apparently killing some farmers, which is kind of unlike them. They're usually herd animals. The crops made a little bit more sense. Perhaps they were just getting a bit too close. Upon further investigation, instead of taking out the entire herd for a bit more of a humane and quicker solution, the greatest Maw dubbed was found and taken out by Jin, causing the rest of the herd to run. With Rio on their back. Rokudo was crushed by a tree. Evelyn and Shora fell out of a tree. With that done, the group noticed some strange ruins pretty deep into the jungle along this river that eventually would lead into Equinox off of one of its smaller offshoots. A pillar in what looked to be the apex of a structure, sunken deep into the swampy mud. Rokudo spotted some rats, white with red eyes, meandering around the pillar, and as he tried to look over, they seemed to disappear into it, but completely from his sight. Andraste did a little bit of investigating, and we saw a rat disappear once more. And we saw that body parts, relatively fresh, were still within this burrow of this hollowed out pillar. Some language was found, and you guys ended up getting a little extra one, of some words. First, white gas, ulceration, screams, fear, kismet, shadows, apostles, false god, and abyss.
I had a question about that.
You can ask afterwards.
Okay.
Upon further investigation, the structure itself, dug up by good boy Jin, the puppy, was found to be the top of a larger structure. A vaulted antechamber was found in a broken down area of the river, and a ventilation shaft where we sacrificed both Rio and saw Andraste looking down. It looked to have gone about 200 foot down. We didn't really have the resources nor the time to explore it as of right now, but a mental note is made of this strange ruin here with this strange language. We left, we continued on, our injuries healed, as we do skip ahead and get to the edges of these Brayfield geysers. A large field that we'll be able to see in the distance that I will put into the places of interest. The area itself is honestly beautiful to all of you. Not a familiar place for any of you. You can see large, almost trees and hills that have hot water and steam flowing off of them. Small piles of snow that was probably freshly fallen, or in some areas, very rapidly melting away, however. So there's a lot of slush in the area, as it is still the edge of winter coming into spring. But a lot of your heavier cloaks and wools have to be taken off as you enter into these hot springs, as they are a lot warmer, at least in this area, as we enter into the Bray Geyser Fields.
Now that's gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. What was your question, Jin Boy?
How you place that in the news of Equinox from Equinox? Is it like when she was reading it? Is it the words like that, or is it just
They have that much space between them. Yep.
okay? So there's like a whole thing that's just missing. It looks
Yeah,
like it could
a
be
majority of it was smeared, eroded away. It was
Yeah, I had specifically asked him to show me the amount of distance between the words.
okay.
exactly. Yeah. That was a specific request, and this is the entirety of. If it were to be on a tablet kind of deal, this is what it would look like. But it was just the area that she could make out, in which like there was a design around the writing that this space was within it, kind of deal.
And you said it looked eroded away and not tampered with or anything like that.
It looked eroded by many, many years of being in a jungle marsh near water. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask, while we're traveling towards the castle, thinking on the words white gas, the lavender, when do we know when it first emerged? Was it always the lavender color? Like, is there any histories that...
Not a clue.
No history, no nothing? Okay.
I mean, you can make a history check and tell you at least adjacent things to that, but
Yeah, that's like my...
We
only
don't have the
wonder.
material.
Yeah. This is a library type of deal. Yeah, terrible roll.
what'd you get? I don't even
6.
have it up. A 6? Not a clue. That age in general was an age of decay and survival. If there was anything from that far back that survived through the 4 millennia that was the Age of Lords, or the Era of Lords, rather, of constant warlording, that the first people you imagine that would have seen the lavender were dead.
Copy that.
And has there been anybody that went into the lavender that we know of?
That you've met?
No. We just heard of people going in there, and if it had any effect to the person.
Yeah, there's plenty. We've talked about a lot of them before. How Axelon has had mutations to their body that is thought to be due to longer-term exposure into the lavender from their research. The Zomedans can go into the lavender uninhibited. And some members...
Are they already mutated, or they're just...
You don't really know what they look like. You've never seen one. You could imagine that they might be mutated, though, because Kismetans apparently hunt them.
Mm-hmm.
They are not very well received by a majority of the preeminence, because they are creatures that came from the lavender.
Do we know what the Artak is?
What he is?
Yeah.
You have the information. It's common information, whether you were taught it on your way here, by like Amelia, or whether you read it in a book or through school for your respective characters here. The cinematics containments are pretty common knowledge that the Autarch prior was known as Esdrin Damascus and was a Kismetan.
And does anybody know or have theories as to like what happened to him, what caused that dramatic transformation?
The Ascension. It's the same power that he kind of apparently gives out to followers, though the only follower in which he has publicly known to have given it out to was Zaleska Katha, who is the matriarch of Katha.
So is there record as to the actual ascension, or is it just him?
All that's known is that he claims, whether it's for public image or whatever. Give me a general history check. There's information you'll definitely have, but it's just additional information that you'll get off this.
Sure. I'm gonna guide myself.
You can do your form too if you want.
Good
I'm gonna
to
use one of my
know.
inspirations.
Do you want to use your form? I said it before the roll came out. And if you want to use your inspiration still, I mean, it'll give you a higher thing, so.
Yeah, I'll use a form, and I'll still use the inspiration.
Okay.
Awesome. That's gonna be with guidance. So it's
Wait, if you're using inspiration, don't you get to roll again?
He did.
Oh, okay.
That was the higher one.
so
Very
that's
At least got past 10.
so
16, right?
12 plus 4.
16.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, in your sage's form, a bit of information kind of collects to you. That's enough. You've read a lot of books in terms of what has either been stolen by Jin or that you've scavenged.
Well, it's all legal.
Yeah, right. For you, a lot of the time when, Jin might take books, or you might find them, you would take anything you could get. So you have a lot of a hodgepodge of information you're not necessarily interested in at the time, but you were like, this is something I can read, so you still read it.
Right.
There is no specific record of the ascension of Esdrin Damascus, of who is now known as the Autarch, as the God King. There is only his claim that his power is known as the Divine. It is known as the same power that the first Erebos Council, the sun-touched Kismetans, killed in that bloody war that spanned 2 millennia of the era of apostasy. They gave their lives to kill it, and it's a bit of a power move to, whether it's true or not, claim that he now has the power of these previous gods.
Right.
It is also why you two, specifically more to people in the Erebos Council, and its official name as the country as a whole, more people show support towards the Autarch than they do the Erebos Council. He has more numbers than anything. The Erebos Council is only recently, within the past half decade, united under one banner. And the full name of the country is the Preeminence of the First Gifted. That is primarily called that by people who worship the Autarch, because the first gifted would be the Divine, the people who were first gifted by the second sun. The Kismet are the second gifted. Or the last gifted.
My final question is,
Yep.
Is there any record of the Autarch or the Augury being interested in the lavender, or are they kind of like afraid of it in the same sense that the Kismet are?
It's... I'll say give me another check. Give me another history check.
I'll guide myself again. Ooh,
form.
much better.
Nice.
19.
The augury did have interest in it. The part of the augury that did have interest is now known as the Heavenly Concord.
Okay.
A lot of the entirety of the East was the augury. You can see, if you were to ever look at a map as Shore, you would see that, and this, a lot of the Heavenly Concord, which they are very small, is completely contained to the northeast, and then Axelon in the bottom east. Those were all within the augury, and it was Odin's and House Morningstar's kind of will that pushed them to a more independent state post the unification of the Erebos Council. It's a very recent concord. Those are, for the most part, all of the people that have shown interest in it. If anyone else has, it is a taboo topic and would not be something that would be documented of that kind of sort. Not like you would have had enough time to kind of pick up on rumors or anything like that.
Right.
I have one question, Cody.
Let me get it.
Would I have been able to scribble down the letters and stuff from the language I got off the pillar in a book?
Yeah, I'll say you could have run like a piece of chalk over parchment and kind of
Yeah,
like chalk
okay.
the back of it with the like engravings. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Just for safety of record keeping.
Yeah, you just kind of like roll chalk over it to get the like where it's indented, so
Okay.
you'll have the writing itself.
Before I forget, if you want, I can ask you again at the end of the session, just so that way we can move past this point. But over the last 2 days, Shora would have read one of his other books.
Which one? I
Uh,
had more information actually for you on one of them. I'll have to.
the Rebels with Wings.
Ooh, okay, going through that one. Did I send it in the Shoro chat?
Breathe, David.
Did you
breathe.
send it in that?
Yeah, I just couldn't find it in the other one. Interesting. Either way, okay. Yeah, I'll send you over. I just, for some reason, can't find it. Are you sure that's what it's called?
That's what I have written down. If you can't find that one, there's another book, so I can give you the other name too if you want.
Sure, yeah, and I'll just search it from that.
Warlords Turned Free.
Doesn't exist either.
I know they're in here. I know that that one's correct too.
One of them, I believe one of them should be a scroll.
Ah, they're in the Furry Brothers chat.
That's amazing.
I'll do it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think one of those two is the scroll, if I'm not mistaken.
The one sent separately is a scroll. This one, I think.
Okay.
Which you read through a pretty decent amount of that one.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You get upon reading that gun, just give me a general investigation check.
Oh, okay. I would say over the 2 days he would have used his thing, so I'll just use the bonus for it.
Sure.
Good rolls, good rolls.
And then I'll just guide myself to. Okay. It's
Nice.
going to be a 12 plus. Okay, not bad. 15.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, within that book, this book is actually has some accounts and details of I want to get his last name right here. So, of the Ozark's Ascension, strangely enough. Of Teviel Merodach, which is the Avian King.
Oh, okay. This is Rebels?
Yes, this is Rebels with Wings, yeah. Has a bit of information on Teviel Merodach. It actually has a picture of him in here. Of his gang. You know a decent amount of this here. It has some details as well on the Four Kings themselves. His gang, known as the Flock, are primarily Tomb Raiders. They exist extremely powerfully and primarily within the center region. Teviel's essentially underground monopoly is within the central region. It is contested, however, by Avinash, who holds the center and south. The south itself is a cesspool in terms of actual like warlord and crime like factions of the Four Kings. However, there's a couple of very broad statements in this book, and you can take them how you would like to take them. but there are first-hand accounts of people that were in gangs, one of these 4 gangs and such, that have specifically stated that there is no gang on the southern side of the Jericho Curtain that does not hold its loyalty to one of the 4 kings. There's not a single independent. If there is any sight of it, it gets usually crushed by one of these 4. These are gonna go in the bestiary because these are technically not nobility here. Would you study the pictures themselves?
Probably. They're close to home, so I'd like to know.
Are you gonna be like kind of sharing, like just talking through anybody, like to help you like read the book throughout the journey at all, or?
Yeah, similar reasoning. I'd probably show the pictures and stuff like that, and brief like, oh, check this guy out to Jin, because like I said, close to home.
Yeah.
So it's better knowledge for us.
Brookedare Evelyn, would you inquire if you were to see him reading this book over these days?
I'm in a different cart
I was
most
gonna
of the
say, yeah,
time.
we're in the other cart. He's riding with Jim.
There are stops. You do have to pee and eat and such.
Yeah, I'd probably introspect, mainly because of the fact I'd be surprised he could read.
Jesus.
You're in a lower house, homie.
That's wild.
It's a high house.
Yo.
Still.
I cover Evelyn with wax and melt her.
With
Sorry, introspection, then you can roll play that out. But other than
with my prior knowledge of these gangs, would I be able to add anything to these books that he wouldn't know?
Do you have proficiency on investigation?
Not a chance.
You can make an investigation check on yourself if you'd like.
Okay.
Or history, either or.
I got.
But I got him for this? Oh,
Nat 1. Nice.
Yeah, no, now.
I will give you advantage on this, actually.
Oh, that's crazy.
I should, just
I'll
because.
still take a guidance if you want.
Sure.
yeah, go ahead.
That's a
I don't know
lot
if there's
better than a nat
anything-
one.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Dirty 20.
Hell yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so there are a couple of things that Jin can point out. Jin, you've never been fond of taking after your father in terms of things, so they're as similar as you may be. You actually can put a little bit of input because you've taken a lot of your fighting style from the records of Avinash, specifically.
Records of. Can you spell that?
Avinash?
Yeah.
Yeah, Avinash. You're not really sure if it's intentional of you doing that, or maybe it's unintentional just to like stick it to Pops. But kind of how you hear of his way of fighting seems very similar to yours.
Okay. So it's like the same record of Avinash.
We also. So, are you two inquiring about it, or?
Yeah, seeing him reading it, I probably would go over and like after he describes what the book is about, I'll just see if there's any mention of any in the northern region from the book.
Yeah, primarily within the northern region. The northern region has its own issues. Teviel slightly creeps into the north. He also slightly creeps into the garden.
Mm-hmm.
There's kind of different things within the north. Make your own general history check.
Okay.
Just to kind of cross-reference for this in terms of like locations that are set and stuff.
I can't roll higher than a 3 on
You said guidance.
history though, so
Get that 7.
9.
9.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't know too much about them, but there is a faction, a non-noble faction of Kismetans known as the Northern Tau States. and they primarily keep a lot of those people out.
I see. And Tao is Tao.
Yeah. And they don't keep them out in terms of good faith to know the nobility. They keep them out because they are there in their place, essentially.
All right. Sort of.
They're Kismet.
Is this just
They are Kismen.
a book on like gang activity?
It primarily focuses on Teviel, but there is like slight, just like Teviel has interacted with this gang. But yeah, continue.
Yeah. Like it focuses. It's like he's the main character, but it describes things that he's interacted with, essentially.
Yeah, this is like his essentially. I didn't really even go into that too much, but it is about like a freedom of him rising up to initially challenge Avinash as like a political faction.
Does it feel like it's written kind of in the style of Fire and Blood, where it's written from the perspective of somebody who's favorable towards him, so describes him in a certain light?
If anything, you can honestly take it either way. It's written anonymously, but it's written by somebody who used to be in the flock.
Gotcha. Okay.
They escaped from that life, so you can take that as, hey, maybe the flock did good things for me, so I'm gonna say it well, or no, I escaped. They're terrible. It could really go either way, but it is an account of at least somebody who was in there. So while there may be embellishments one way or another, it's probably pretty rooted in fact.
Okay.
I was just about to ask, is it mainly like embellishments and like stories, or is it kind of like a true retelling of this person?
Well, I mean, nothing feels too outlandish, from the information I know on these people already. It's kind of just more about Teviel's overall purpose and his reach of control, I guess.
I only ask because I've heard of this group from the north. They keep to their own, but they do, like it says in the book, they do keep certain other groups out to the north. They keep trying to encroach, but they don't make it very far.
I'm kind of surprised to learn that Teviel's trying to go up north. I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't, but I also don't know why he would.
I mean, does he seem like the adventurous type, or the one with like a purpose, a goal?
I mean, he definitely seems goal-oriented, but I've always kind of just heard, and I mean, from reading this, seems like his goal is control of the South. Past the curtain, at least.
He primarily holds in the center region, Teviel.
Yeah, I just meant as a general, like, South isn't over the curtain.
Right, okay. Yeah, everybody fucks in the South.
The North is full of a bunch of hidden treasures, I would say. There's a lot to be found up there. There's a lot undiscovered. So maybe he knows something we don't.
Yeah, but it seems awfully dangerous knowing that, Kismets don't exactly look upon us in a good light. So, him going up there, making a bad name for his people.
I think me and you both know they don't really care about the danger part.
Oh, absolutely. I just feel like it's a bigger risk than I'd expect him to take. That's all.
Certainly a bold move.
You do get, which you two know some of this, but the titles of all four of them, as well as their beast ancestry.
Ooh.
Teviel Merodach, the Avian King, is a peacock of ancestry.
That's cool.
Avinash Ravi, the Obsidian Comet, is a black panther.
No, you said that title right. I don't need you to repeat it. That's nuts.
The one who primarily controls the South as a whole outside of the valley is Evander Hesper, the Ivory Atonement, which is has roots within an albino serpent.
Ooh.
And finally, which as you read this over, AJ or Rokida, you kind of have to double read it real quick, and it takes a second to click in your mind. The one who primarily holds control over the valley, Jektivamore, the apex predator.
Ah. Ah. Beast stance?
What'd you say?
Beast stance?
Oh, the origin?
Yeah, his beast
I was like,
stance?
beast stance? His
What's
is a bit
stand?
muddled.
It's muddled.
But
okay.
there is definitely bits of a wolf within there.
Oh,
However, it is said based upon his appearance that there's definitely something else.
would you look at that? I know that name.
That's funny. I've never heard of him before.
Not at all. Ever.
Never.
Oh, wow,
you
look
do
at that
get
castle
art for
over there.
You do get art for Teviel, not for the rest of them.
Holy my villain.
He's like a beholder with the fucking stalks behind him.
That's Teviel Meridoc.
Man, they all look like douchebags. So far, at least.
I mean, we've only seen
Are
one,
you,
but
are you
alright.
counting the
Yeah.
two that we've seen as our dad and this guy? Because I agree, if that's the case.
While I'm in the cart or carriage for the 2 days, Cody, I'll just be doing the slow and subtle training for readjusting my vision to try and get better at seeing everything around me.
Cool.
I would like to, while I'm listening to this guy speak his books.
I would like
Kinda-
to.
Kind of just focus on this fucking necklace and ask Shoro. You know, I ain't really, smart around these magic things, and I was told this was magic. Do I have to just concentrate real hard on this thing to make it pop or something?
Well, I certainly hope it doesn't do no popping, especially while it's around your neck. I mean, I don't really know how to explain it. When I pull up the crisis shiv, when Fenris gave this to me, it kind of as soon as I grabbed it, it kind of just felt like a very low, warmth. And then that night when I went back to the rooms we were staying at, I kind of just held it and really focused on that feeling, and then I learned more about it.
Right. So what you do, just kind of stare at it for a while?
I mean, I had my eyes closed, but I don't know if that's mandatory. Kind of just have to look for the feeling
Take off the
and
necklace
focus on it.
and kind of heed what his words were and kind of focus as much as I can. I'll kick the dog out of my fucking cart. I don't want him distracting me. He can manage to find his way back to the other cart or just fucking on his way.
It took me a while. It might be faster for you, but if you want to sit here, just focus on that for a little while. I'll go up front so that way you have quiet cart.
I mean, you're pretty quiet when you're reading, unless I ask you to read out loud. And I don't really think the guy... Oh, wait, there's a different guy. Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
All right, I'll go sit up front.
I will sit here and focus as much as I can on this necklace.
You all begin hearing water going down on the sides as you all do go through a lot of these hotter waterfall areas now. These raised geysers, you can see some of them look to have been hills that were then hollowed out into like geysers, and a tree's roots spread into it and like raised it out of the ground. So the geyser is going up through a hollowed tree into this large upper floating platform and spilling out like waterfalls.
Is there like a window on these carriages?
Yeah, yep.
As
Two
we're
on either
driving
side.
by, I just want to stick out my hand and like if the water will like is close enough for me to touch.
That'd be very dangerous. It is enough that like it can like when it's slammed down, it's like misting out. You can like get some of the mist. If you open it, all of the windows like fog on the inside because all the heat comes rushing in.
Okay,
And
that's what I wanted
you
to
can,
know. I wanted to
you can
see
definitely
like, how
feel it,
hot
like the
was.
mist and the humidity. Yeah, you can feel it. Yeah.
There's a great example of that in the new movie that just came out with Adam Driver, 65. Spoiler alert,
Mm-hmm.
if anybody cares to speak now.
Where Kylo Ren dies.
He kills a T-Rex at the end of the movie by getting it to walk over a geyser, and it melts the thing while it's alive.
Jesus.
Nice.
So that's how
Yeah,
hot
it's
it can be.
It's pretty much that like through the center of this tree that grew here, it hollowed out the center, went through the stone that's now sitting upon the top, like you can kind of see in the picture there, and is like just water flowing out.
Just to like myself as like the steam and like everything fogs up. You know, I was kind of looking forward to like a hot springs bath. Maybe they have something like that in the castle, but that's way too fucked up.
If you jump in, it might melt your eye.
I'll be a puddle. I actually don't know if it would melt the eye. I would just be a puddle with a little bit of ice in it.
Time to test this theory.
Nope. I've already gotten fucked up enough and we barely left the city.
I know. What kind of luck do you have?
Just awful, really. It's just my life.
You're really awful luck.
The window
Really
slams closed, and you hear Rosary from the outside, muted, like, "You're gonna fuck up the wood on the inside if you leave it open." Like muted.
See, you're trying to break the carriage now.
Is she out in the
You can
water
see-
right now?
She's walking outside.
How
A
is she
lot of the
alright?
times throughout the day, she'll like take a break and like walk outside.
She's gonna fucking melt if she gets too close to that fucking water.
It's not like lava.
I'm just going with it.
You're
Oh,
welcome
I'm
to
just
everything
going
is
with
lava
it.
that's slightly warm.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You see, she's walking though. She has her, not her halberd, her fucking like she has like a spear, pretty much, across her back, as she walks, and it looks like a sauna equivalent. Like she's sweating and just like
Mm-hmm.
just on a walk. She's just doing an exercise in a sauna.
Alright.
When are we gonna get to the damn castle?
I think it's right there.
It's a geyser he points out.
Like
Wait
he's
for the
getting
water
to
to
him.
go down.
Just go touch his head. Yeah, you're burning up.
Actually
You got a
freezing
fever.
to the touch.
He points at a actually just at the fogged window.
Somewhere out there.
Somewhere out there's a castle.
Yup.
At least one.
I know. Keenest eyesight in the preeminence.
Keenest eye.
The door slides open. Rosary climbs in,
Welcome back.
wipes the sweat off her brow, and pulls her hair back.
Rio runs in.
What did you say?
Rio runs in.
I think you said Mira.
No!
We're all dead.
The craziest drop.
Rio, and she just grabs him by the fucking scruff.
He's all fucking moist
It's
and
alright.
shit.
It's alright.
Jen, from your perspective, you're just staring out the window, like listening to Shoro talk about the book, and you see Rio into the water. She just tosses him out.
I wonder if he'll get out of there.
I'm sure he'll
I'm
make
just
it.
kidding.
He'll
He
make it
just
out of it.
swims. He just starts swimming.
It goes in one mouth, out the other.
Just a redirect of the flow. That's crazy.
I do plan after we stop today to be able to, honestly, take a bit of a hot spring bath when we get further north.
I was just telling Evelyn about that. The guys is looking a bit dangerous, but I was looking forward to it.
He's gonna melt when he touches the water.
I imagine once we get further north, it will come across some colder ones.
Yeah, I will say when you felt Rokuda's forehead, just pale and cold to the touch.
You feel pale.
Feel pale.
Same
You
Oh.
feel the blood leave the skin.
You feel the lack of sunlight.
Yes.
When I So I'm gonna leave Jin in the cart, fondling
He
his
does.
necklace, and
Alright.
I'll leave my heavy fur lined or feather lined coat in there as well because you said it's extremely hot here. And I'll go up and sit next to the bondsman at the front,
Mm-hmm.
and I won't even say anything to him because of the last time.
Yep.
That one we sent on a trip.
You're
Oh,
on
I
yeah,
know,
a
but
new
now
one
I'm
now.
scarred.
Okay.
All
Um,
bondsmen relationships ruined.
I kind of just like I hop up and give him a smile and a nod, and then I pull out from a little pouch under or on my side the flowers that I grabbed at the river from the Great Law. And I'm just gonna pull off one of the petals and eat it and see if anything happens.
What was the name of that?
I don't think I got one because I didn't know what it was.
What did it look like?
I believe you said it was purple.
Con save.
Oh, were they like cattails?
Probably they were on the river's edge, so yeah.
Okay. Is it purple, huh? Don't know why I said that.
Yeah, that was when I was asking if the plant life around the burrow looked
Yeah, I
unnatural
remember,
or
and I
anything.
remember saying myself. Oh, cowtails is what I'm. Wait, are they cowtails?
I think
or
it's
cattails?
cattails.
Cattails.
Okay, that explains why when I key searched the word cat, nothing came up. I found it. They're silver. They're silver.
They're silver. Okay.
Yeah. Um. Great. Yeah. You're gonna eat it?
Yeah, I just take one of the petals and eat it.
Look,
Nature's
Petals?
hot dog right there.
dude, it's like one of those kids biting into a cattail and then all the fluff just.
Yeah. Go and make a con save for me.
Yes, yes.
You're cheering for someone else's suffering.
Con
The guy who,
save, yes.
the guy who
Eight.
heals you, his
Yeah.
suffering is what you're cheering for.
People laugh at my suffering
give it a
all the
good.
time, David.
You do damage.
Doesn't taste good.
Does it
Doesn't it
taste good?
Any adverse effects other than flavor?
Give him 1 second.
Actually, being here, upon like pulling it out after you like take a bite out of it, it almost completely evaporates in the sunlight and heat. I imagine you took one out at a time, so you have the
Yeah.
other ones still. But yeah, it just
Okay. I go back in the cart.
Yep.
And I'll take one more out.
the cart, the inside of the cart is now warm with the opening here, so like getting in and out.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately, not much AC. Guess Roku did AC.
Prestidigitation, just keeping myself
Yeah.
cool.
That's not a bad idea. I'll go. I'll just jump off the cart. Nice little tuck and roll,
Immediate guys are dead.
and I'll walk back to the other cart. Knock on the door.
Come in.
I open the door.
You'll
hop
see.
in.
You'll see Rokuda just sitting there, like waving his hands every few seconds, and it's just a little bit cooler on the inside. of the
Evelyn's
cart.
dead in the corner.
Yeah, Evelyn's just dead. You see, Rosary is pretty much all like upper body. Pretty much only has like pretty much just like a sports bra on in terms of like her outfit, and then from the bottom just has like her coat tied around her waist. With her like jeans kind of like rolled up, and she is just laid out. You can see her muscles across both of her arms, and she is just as Rokuda's just like fanning through the sauna at her.
I'll hit myself, get Rosary, and then just a big middle finger to Evelyn, back to myself, Rosary.
Andraste, just mini Andraste, just
I'll give one to Andraste, just not to Evelyn.
You're gonna lose the finger, Okuda. You're not careful.
I hold my fingers back here at Andraste and just flick it towards him. Just
Hey, Rokuda.
Mm.
You kind of already answered my question. But you think you could make something cold for me so I can experiment with it?
I mean, not like absolute zero, but I can make it cooler.
Yeah, I got these flowers that seem to be turning to dust because of all the heat. I'm trying to do something with them.
Well, you're letting in more heat. Open up the door, so come in.
All right, I try to get in and stumble. And I'm not help.
I'll walk over and help him get into the cart.
I grab Roku's hand and pull up, and negative and straight, and I pull up into the car.
Yep.
0 in strength. Just
On your foot, Rio's just gnawing your heel.
hey.
I fucking kill him. Now's my chance.
Just fucking gat.
I kick him under the cartwheel.
I'll pull him in, shut the door, and then I'll just spend the equivalent to a minute 10 rounds just prestidigitating the cart, just so it's a lot cooler on the inside.
Evelyn, make a nature check for me.
Nature. Can Andraste help me?
You're all gonna get heat exhaustion.
No.
No.
I guess you can take a help action, right?
Yeah. That's why I'm asking if you can help me to save me
I
from this nat one.
mean, so can I, but I'm not a proficient in nature.
Sure.
Yay.
Andraste's seen things.
14.
Sniffs the wood.
14?
Yes.
Okay.
Something like that.
Heat exhaustion in the corner, just
Yeah, she's not really paying attention too much.
Mm-mm.
all right.
Does it feel like after his display of frost, does it feel like there's enough of a temperature change in this cart that it might have a difference? Is it a noticeable temperature?
You can make it cold in your Rokudo if you want to make it cold.
All right. I just didn't know which ability. I just did prestidigitation because of its like ability to cool things.
Yeah, you could, with your specialty, you could do it and essentially like channel it to make the area colder.
All right. I'll just look around, not really feeling a difference. Let me try something a bit stronger. And I'll hold out my hand, and just this little tiny like dewdrop of water will form in the palm, perfectly clear. But this like sort of black mist will start to just roil from it and across the ground in the seat that I'm on, and it will get noticeably colder then.
Rizzo just undoes the jacket and puts it over herself. And just, it rolls over.
We're all gonna get sick from temperature change.
Andraste sneezes.
I look at Roken and I'm like, oh fuck, I should have brought my coat. That's alright. And from a little pouch, I'll pull out another one of the silver cattails.
It does not decay.
What's that?
Oh, this is the thing I'm experimenting with. I ate it. Doesn't taste good, but then it disappeared because of the heat, I think. I hypothesize. But now I'm going to try something else and see what happens. So
by all means.
I will.
But more.
All right, you tell me. You tell me if this is okay. But I am going to take the cattail in my left hand.
How many do you have, by the way?
You didn't tell me an amount. You just said I grabbed it for you. Kind of. I would assume 4, because if I could just scoop it up with one hand.
Sure.
So I have 3 left. So I'll take this one, put it in my left hand, and then I want to use Druidcraft to holding it like flat horizontal across my palm. I bring my other hand up, and with a twist of both hands, essentially,
I aged it a
just-
century.
I just want to pulverize it with Druidcraft. Almost
Okay.
like with a mortar and pestle.
Yeah, cool. Okay, give me a nature check.
Oh boy. I'm gonna guard myself, maybe? Can I?
I'll pull out from my
Oh,
bag
wow.
just a little bowl that you can like hold it in while you're grinding it up.
9.
It begins stinging on your hand and causes the center of your palm to go a little numb, and you just kind of like pour it out into the bowl.
That wasn't fun.
Can I take a look at this, Cody? Would I possibly know what this plant is?
Give me a nature check.
Okay.
Got it.
Got it. Full screen roll. Great. I
Nice.
can't roll above a 7 tonight, apparently. Oh, okay. 13.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
I have no idea what the fuck this is.
How fine of a powder did I get in this bowl?
Not very well.
Are you just
Not
doing
very-
this inside the cart?
Mhm.
Yep. All right. So now that I have the powder in the bowl,
A bit of the powder kind of like towards you, Evelyn.
What are you doing over there? Now,
Screams.
yeah, she's fucking dying in a corner, and now it's cold in here.
I'm herbology and
You're what?
He's messing with this fucking plant.
Why are you messing with a plant? Where'd you get it?
I got it from the river with the hippo, the great maw.
The great ma? The hippo.
The greatest mole. you mean.
That was
Yeah.
a very big great ma.
I'm gonna pull out from on my back, tucked into my belt, a long curved pipe, and I'm gonna take the contents of the bowl and stuff it into the pipe,
Okay.
and then take out my tinderbox and light it,
Right.
and then I'm gonna see if this flower does anything when smoked.
Yep.
You know, that was going to be my first step. Instead of eating it, I was going to smoke it first, if it were my experiment.
You didn't know what it was, and you ate it.
Yeah. Now I'm smoking it.
No, I can.
I can
see
see
that.
Upon seeing this,
No, just let him
Give
do
me
it.
a nature
Cody.
check.
Just let him do it.
Just
yeah,
let
you'll
him
have this
do it.
information.
20.
And you smoke it?
That's a horrible look from the DM.
Yeah, I take a good, you know.
The
a
minute he
good
asked me to make a
inhale.
nature check, we all know where this was, what death road he was following.
Inhale. It burns.
Yep.
Give me another con save as you. Rokita and Evelyn, give me con saves.
Oh, no.
10.
Yep.
17.
Cool.
11.
Perfect. Yeah, you
Hello,
both
Rosary.
and yeah, no, that's already done. You both inhale and feel your lungs burn a little bit.
Probably should open the window. I'm sorry.
Smells fucking disgusting.
God, what the fuck is going on in my squad?
I like to
Crack the
think
window.
that I'm just over here, just really getting one nose out my mouth. I'm like, oh man, he would never
I got a
smoke it.
20 on
because
the
he
last nature
bitches
check,
about
by the
me
way, Cody.
smoking shit.
20?
It looks like we got a drug user in our squad, so this is kind of crazy.
I don't think it counts as drugs if you're just smoking anything you find.
I don't know how drugs work.
This is part of learning what
Get-
plants do
yeah.
and how I can use them.
It doesn't seem like it's good. It doesn't seem like it's good. It hurts.
He's typing a
No,
lot.
Yeah, he is
probably-
typing a lot.
I probably should crack the window a little bit. That was on me. That's my bad.
Get
It's
out,
about to
get out
jump
of my
like,
fucking
it's
car!
about
Get
to
out of
jump
my
like
fucking
30
car!
It'll-
degrees in here if
it'll
you do that.
evaporate.
Get out of my car!
It'll jump 30 degrees in here as soon as you fucking open that window.
I'm running to.
1 second.
Love you too.
Check. Let's just check my
Oh,
fucking
no.
stuff.
As you see Shiro kind of like pull out the other one that he has, kind of like looking at it before you all kick him out.
I
see
look
the
I look
actual
at him very
cattail.
very clearly. Just. I think he's poisoning himself.
What is it?
Sorry.
It's poison. It's poison. It's a poisonous plant. It's Mundi Vlossi, right? That's how you pronounce it, I think. Thank you, God.
Melvossi.
Vlossi, yeah. I think he poisoned himself. I cast Lesser Restoration on myself.
Cures poisons?
Yep.
Okay.
Am I still feeling pretty shitty? Or am I good?
You know, Rokida, about
fight
right
off.
now I'm remembering that you didn't give me any of that cold air.
Yep, you're right. And I'm regretting it now.
About right now. About right now.
Yep.
I open one of the doors too.
I'll do.
Yeah, I'm gonna dump the contents of the pipe out of the window onto the ground.
Yep.
Think you poisoned yourself?
You still have 2 left, right?
Yep. Well, if I learned anything from my experience with plants, there is some way to consume this product that will
mean,
not hurt.
I can make
Maybe.
poisons out of it.
That could be better.
That sounds like a better idea. I'll
Yeah,
do a
it is
very
the-
grand gesture and prestidigitate Evelyn now. to
Oh,
cool her off.
now we're being nice. Now we're being kind. Rosary, do you have lesser restoration ready today?
She's so pissed.
Yeah, it is the main ingredient in velocitoxin.
Okay, we're putting that in the poisoner's kit. We're putting that in the poisoner's kit. I'll fuck around with that
I
later.
hand both of them over to Evelyn. I want nothing to do with it.
You said they needed to be cold.
Yeah, they evaporated in the heat.
No, I suffered a lot real quick today.
Yep. No,
Riding
totally.
through all this this heat.
You
And
know,
Droste nods his head on her shoulder.
I thought of the
All right, well, this
serpent
sounds
house
like a
would like
personal
to be
issue. I'm gonna
warm.
see myself out, and I run out of the cart.
You're still poisoned.
He just leave poison.
Still poisoned.
I go back. I jog to the front cart back to gym.
I'll hit Roken in the chest, lesser restoration.
Oh.
Luz will be
Thank
back
you.
on the hour. So,
Appreciate it. Much better.
You get in the car. Jin's kind of just cross-legged. It's hot in the car, so he'll have just a like a sleeveless shirt on, and he'll be holding the necklace like this, and his eyes will be closed, and he'll breathe in through his nose, and when he breathes out through his mouth, it's like you can see his breath.
I mean,
Try to
Arcana
enter the
check,
cart
machine.
as quietly as possible.
Arcana check.
I'll do a
You got
stealth
4.
check. With disadvantage. For sure. So I slam into the door because I was running too fast. Had to stop myself.
Yeah, you actually see Shore slam into the door, Jin. As he comes in, you look over, and notice that his eyes are glazed over and a bit of blood is coming out of his mouth.
it's poison. You don't die.
He did
Hey.
take 2 doses of poison, which is crazy.
And he microdosed everyone else.
Sure, I just got a little question.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's
up,
wrong
man?
with you?
What's up, man?
You're bleeding.
Alright.
Yeah.
From
I'll
what?
point To his mouth.
I wiped it. Do I see blood?
You look down and you see blood, and you're like, huh. And you take 17 points of poison damage. And you and collapse onto the cart and slide off the back.
Hey, yo.
The horse is just.
Tell me
Oh.
that's an injury.
I gotta check. I have to check and see if that's an injury.
17 points of
If
damage.
it's over 34, it is not an injury.
It was 2 points away from an injury.
Was it?
You have over 34 max health.
Yes. I am a tanky motherfucker.
I'll put the fucking necklace back on and run out because I just saw my fucking brother spew out blood.
I look up at Jin and I'm like, I was just like sit on the bench and like up against the wall with blood dripping out of my mouth. And I just go, I may have taken 2 doses of poison without realizing it was poison.
Yeah, you're also losing it because there's no bench or wall around here.
Oh yeah, you did fall out of the cart.
Oh yeah. I'm sitting on the ground as the cart
The
continues.
heat's not helping.
He's
Yeah,
hallucinating.
as he says that, he kind of like you see him start gasping for breath as the second dose kicks in. You take 11 points of poison damage.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
God.
I'll be like, hey yo, this guy's fucking dying.
Hey, what's going on?
And
I am not looking good.
I'm not looking good.
I'll hop out of the car. I leave the jacket in there because it's no longer fucking cold. Yeah, that would be the poison he consumed.
poison?
Yeah, he consumed a pretty large amount of poison. I thought the heat from the geysers would make it.
He
Not
tried
do
to-
this.
he
Chomped on
tried
it like
to
a
poison
corn
us.
dog.
He did chomp on it, didn't he? Yeah, he said he ate it. I don't know how much.
Yeah,
he
he
ate.
literally said, I
Like
eat
he
it.
willingly ate poison.
I don't know.
He
If
didn't know it was
well, he
poison.
said he said he ate it, but he didn't know it was poison.
Hey,
The
what's
fuck's
going
wrong
on
with
out
you?
here? Oh shit. Is he dying?
Oh,
Can you do anything for him?
I'm
I'm really a healer.
I'm dragging him over closer to the geyser.
Just, no, Evelyn, no. Just into the
This'll fix you,
geyser.
fucker.
A little bit of heat should make you feel better.
He stops the cards.
Rosary's so mad right now. Stopping the cards.
So what did we learn about just Evelyn like hunched over you while we're next to those geyser. So what did we learn about eating strange plants?
Currently, you guys are on like you guys are between. So it goes into like water a lot of the time here, and you guys are on like a little wood bridge between two rock platforms right now.
We're on a bridge. I can't even drag him over there.
It's not like high up. Like the water's directly like maybe 4 feet beneath you.
Okay, is it hot? Like boiling
Yeah.
hot? Yeah.
It's not boiling.
It's
but
not boiling. It's hot. Yeah,
it's just
I'll
hot,
just
yeah.
kind of lower him into it. He'll have to deal with the fucking. He'll have to deal with the temperature shock. I'm not gonna lower your fucking head in, you bastard.
Just to fuck with Shuro, I'm gonna prestidigitate his hair to be cold, but so the rest of his body is hot, just the top of his head is cold.
So you're gonna kill him.
That could kill him.
It could kill him? Oh, I didn't know that. So,
Hey, you don't know that's a
Rapid
rule.
Rapid change in temperature on your head.
You're gonna send him into shock.
That would literally give him anaphylactic shock. He would.
Just an aneurysm real quick.
Cody, could I do like just a base nature check to see how long it actually take for this to wear off with him actually consuming the shit?
Yeah, Rosary welcome. So what the fuck's going on?
Natural one, I have no idea how long it actually takes. I just know it wears
Well,
off eventually.
it seems
He
like
poisoned himself.
Shuro ate a plant that he didn't know what it was and smoked it.
Should have
So
Salado drown you.
it turns out it was poison.
Yeah, he poisoned himself.
What was the plan?
Moon.
I'll hand her one. I'll just hand her one so she can physically see it. It's.
and it fucking evaporates.
Yeah, you pull it out and it evaporates.
No, that's how that
Moon
works.
Viosa, I think it's called.
Oh, that actually works pretty fast. Why the fuck isn't it working here?
Miosa.
Miosa.
Moonlit Viosa.
No clue what that is.
Moonlit Vlossi. is what it's
Vlossi.
called. Vlossi.
Moonlit velocity. Aye. Not super familiar with what it is. Luckily, you didn't eat it in its refined state. You just ate it in a raw state, from what I understand. Can kill a man if you eat it in its toxin. Can kill a man if you eat it raw. I don't know how you're standing. How many did you eat?
I'm not.
How many did you
standing.
eat, buddy?
Leaning over him.
I bit the first one and ate a large chunk of
First.
it. And then I smoked the second one.
How have you survived south of the curtain?
You smoked it.
Yeah.
Yep, he did
I'm
smoke.
usually the one that tests up
I'll
the
show her the
science.
bowl that I still have.
It evaporates.
Gone.
Oh yeah, I forgot
It
about
doesn't
that.
When
like
I
it
gra-
doesn't.
I- When I made it into a powder in my hand, it was spiky and it hurt.
So you ate the spiky thing that hurt you.
No, I ate it before it hurt me.
It's usually how poisons work, yeah. You eat it and then it hurts you.
When I ate it, it didn't hurt, and then I was like, that didn't do nothing. So then I
All of
smoked
that,
it.
all of that book reading I've been seeing you doing, and never have you picked up a damn herbology book.
Aren't you just glad you're a captain?
I don't.
I don't want to. I don't want.
I don't want
Grabs
to be
Shoro
kept
by the
on.
hair and pulls him up.
Oh,
lesser restoration. Heal back the wounds that you got from it on your own. Anything
Yeah.
scarring?
I'm not that scared.
Okay. Anything gonna linger on ya?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Get in the car.
Maybe the trauma.
Get in the car.
Get in the car. You have the rest of them? How many do you have?
I don't have them.
It's not what she asked.
What?
I have the rest of them. He gave me the rest.
How many?
She's gonna kill you.
One.
Alright, this is what we're gonna do. And she just puts her coat up, and she's gonna grab it and tuck it away. If we find any substances, I thought you were supposed to be the flower boy, which I can see you definitely are. You got some knowledge at the cost of almost your life, but you find anything that you want to pop in your mouth?
Give it to me first.
We're gonna run it through me first.
Well.
Jen said, "Give it to me first."
Aye. We can have either myself or Eve on standby.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Or we can see if one of us knows what the fuck it is.
Nah, I like the idea of just smoking random things.
If we get to the lantern light and you start picking things off the ground to eat, I'm not gonna save you.
Evelyn, could you make sure as well that Shoro doesn't die? Apparently the effects can last up to 12 hours.
Oh, wow.
All right, Rokada, you're in the front cart now.
All right.
Lovely.
I get to watch him and 4 people in the cart is fucking hot.
I'm gonna sit up at the front.
Oh man, it's a party up here now.
She's in the front of the first cart.
Ah.
You know what?
Just you
I'll
and
sunbathe on top. She just hoists herself up. She kind of like, not hard, but just kind of like pats the bondsman on the head. All right.
Man,
Decapitated.
Head
as I'm
explodes.
walking up to the front cart with Rogada, man, this point system between me and my brother, I'm definitely winning.
Now, when you said that, did you say porn or did you say point? Because I
I
did
said
not
porn.
know. Porn.
Point. No. Point.
Point. All right.
Yeah.
Your accent's just real thick sometimes. and
You
I
like
just-
what you see? And I'll puff up his chest.
So,
I mean, you're certainly handsome, but I don't think you're my type.
so tell me if you see any colors that aren't normal colors. And I'll hit you in the back of the head and that'll make it all go away.
What do you mean by that?
Herbology.
I think
Oh, I'm hearing shit, Evelyn. Evelyn,
Yeah,
I'm hearing
sure.
stuff.
You hear that? You hear that?
I'm seeing. You're hearing? What are you hearing?
It sounds real gurgly and real not good. And kind of cowish.
The corpse of the great moth's coming back for you.
Evelyn kind of like
Oh,
squeak the window, and you see Salado just washing in a geyser.
Oh, that would be the Salato then.
yeah.
I thought Rio was just holding onto the
I
window.
thought it was Rio. I thought it was
Screeches.
Rio screaming inside.
Outside the window.
See the jaw of Salado unhinged with the razor long teeth.
Mm-mm.
As he
I hate it when-
unhinges, Rio's just in the mouth.
I
Paddling for
hate
its
it
life.
when snakes yawn, dude.
Last
Snakes
session
yawning
we
is
said-
terrifying.
Rio has too many mouths to be buoyant, so he has to sing.
You know, I really
That or
think
his
that,
bones are thin enough he floats.
I really think that you and Shuro might just be Rosary's favorites of the group. I don't know. Something tells me she just loves talking and interacting with both of you.
To be fair, I think I've been pretty tame since I've came to Equinox.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like, you should see me when I'm not, trying to have a face for the people.
I look forward to seeing it. I mean,
You don't want to. No, you don't want to see that face, because that means you're a bad person.
I see.
That means you're not the person I'm supposed to be getting along with.
I can just tell she really likes Shiro. She must think he's so smart.
Shiro, I swear to God, I thought he was a lot smarter.
I mean, it was certainly a bold choice. I'll say
Well, no,
that.
he usually comes to me with those plants because I'm a lot more tolerable to like poisons and shit. And he just throws shut in my mouth. This time, I think he was just, you know what? He was so full of himself. He was like, you know what? I'm going to try it. If he can do it, I can do it. And that's just not how it works. I got a built up body for poisons and shit.
I see.
After all the years of him poisoning me.
Yeah, like, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, if you don't know what something is, you want to know what it is. But the more knowledgeable people in our group, I don't know. It's certainly a choice to just eat the first plant you pick off the side of a river.
I mean, that's kind of what we do.
Is it a lot of like dangerous plants down where you guys live?
Yeah, I almost died a couple times.
From like, was it something like you ate and you felt bad, or was something like attacking you?
Well, both.
Oh, it was both.
Like, I kind of eat whatever Shiro gives me just to test out like the dangers or effects of a plant. And he kind of learns off of that. And I don't know why he thought it was a good idea to do it himself, but that's...
I mean, do you enjoy being like the test dummy?
I'd rather be the test dummy than have my brother die, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. He was coughing up a lot of blood there on the side of the road.
Like, that shit would probably fuck me up a little bit, but that shit fucked him up a lot more.
So how much of that thing did you eat? Just looking over, fucking him dying probably in this fucking cart.
Well, I took a hefty chunk out of the first one. And then
The first one.
Yeah. And then I smoked the second one. But I didn't smoke the whole thing. I took a big whiff.
No, I saw you smoke the second one.
Bless me, that must be the poison.
Yeah, don't worry.
There's a
The
knock
guys
on
are
the
noises.
roof.
On ours or theirs?
On. Oh, you guys are in the back now, right?
We're in the back, yeah.
Maybe on the front one whenever we get
There's
back.
bandits.
They're attacking.
And yeah, you guys hear the knock then on the top of yours.
Hold up a hand.
I'll knock back.
I was gonna say, like, I was gonna hold up a hand to Jen and just knock back.
You don't do anything else.
I just wait. I wait
Rosie
for
is
like.
gonna kill us.
3 graves in the north.
You see the light on your side of the cart go out, Rokuda. Like the windows just black out.
Do I see scales?
You just see an eye staring in.
Oh no!
He fucking squeegeed the window with his eyeball.
No, Rokuda squeegees on the inside. It's condensated. Because it's so fucking...
I thought Solano just squeegeed the shit with his own eyeball.
I just point at the eye. Note taken. And I go over to the door and open it up. Yes.
You see the water go up as Salado goes in. Are any of you wanting to do any trading?
Yeah, I could do that.
Sure.
I fucked up.
Can you take any?
Yeah, I can do some
waves to the bondsman that's on the back cart, and you all hear a boom, boom, boom from the front.
Okay.
I hit the wall back.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna do anything.
2 people.
How many fingers am I holding up before I exit the cart?
2.
20.
Close enough. I get out. I'll get you if I need you. Stay here.
Gonna hang out
He's gonna die
the
in the
door.
cart by himself.
He might, but I
Happens.
That's what you get for eating plants.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor.
I will.
There's a camp up ahead. It looks like it may be a fight to go to one.
A what? A what?
What?
You can make a history check. It's a very low DC. These are
Okay.
things.
Guidance.
17.
Drop AJ. I'm gonna need that guidance. 7.
Nice. You've heard of Spidagore. Rokada, you are a little bit more keen on them because they have they don't directly come into cities to trade as they are more monstrous creatures. But they are essentially a race of large monstrous creatures that trade with one another and have different tribes that have all they have all their very own unique kind of progressed to genos, so they look similar but different, like fur coloring, muscle coloring, and stuff. They usually stand about. They're kind of like mini giants. They stand anywhere from 9 to 12 size and feet, and they are tradesmen of very odd things because they are collectors of things from like ruins. They are like collectors of very old things, pre-Kismetan. So sometimes you might go to one and just find a bunch of cans and stuff that they found in a river.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you might go to one and find an artifact. Like they and for out of combat purposes, this is my version of providing a not constant but the ever longing D&D question of how to handle magic shops. So whenever one pops up, just for your guys' knowledge, they may hold some magic items.
Good to know.
The only other places that will have consistent magic shops are Equinox, Sukiri, and the Silver Cities.
Okay.
So.
Good to have that confirmation.
Yep.
Once when Evelyn leaves the cart, I'm gonna
Dead.
I'm gonna take more of the cat's house. Nope.
I'm like, you had
I'm
more?
going-
The next phase of the poison, compulsion to eat more.
I am going to. Yeah, I'll try this. How tall is the back of the cart? Like, how much space is there from floor to ceiling?
4 feet.
So I probably can't stand my staff up, right?
Probably not, no.
All right. So, I'll kind of just put it in the corner. So, like, the top of the staff will be in the corner, and then it will just go down to the floor. And I'll stand crouched opposite of it and hold both hands out as if I'm holding an orb, like an invisible ball. And he closes his eyes and exhales out. And as he exhales out, all of the condensation from the windows and all of the water that's soaked into the wood will be drawn out in little droplets and go into the space between Shoro's hands. And as he focuses harder, water begins to be probably like a darker, almost murky water will come out of Shoro. And I'm just going to hit myself with 2 second level cure wounds.
Hell yeah.
That's pretty
The
cool.
poison
You
turns
heal
fat.
it does not.
want to
heal.
die.
You heal, but you take damage.
Did he not? Oh, he got
19
less
points of
restoration
healing.
once.
Alrighty, so Jin, Rokada, as you all go out, you see in the distance what looks to be a small kind of like column of smoke going up.
This is combat training.
No, they're traders.
I was just curious. I didn't know what kind of training we were getting into. Just asking.
Trading.
Trading.
Ah,
With
I
a
thought
D.
you said, I thought you said
Trading.
training.
No, we're not going to. We're not going to kill them. Some of their tribes can be aggressive, so be on your best behavior, or
Training. This guy just
Be-
came here.
be on your best behavior, or be cautious that Some of them are more aggressive. This may be a camp, and we'll roll up on them, and they'll be pissed. They're quite formidable foes. So
Roll up on them.
All right.
roll
Yeah,
up
'cause
on
we're in
them.
a cart.
We're in carts.
Yeah. I'll. I'm gonna go back to Shoro. There's some traders up ahead if you want to try to get anything.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll step
You
out
look
of the cart.
better. You look better.
Yeah, I did some healing on myself.
Good.
He's probably a little pale, but
Yeah,
overall
because all
seems better.
the mass amount of blood loss we've taken.
Happens. Alrighty, as you all go up, and we're only about a day's travel or so from the castle itself, so
That's good.
I
Have you encountered these traders before?
I've seen them. Sometimes on the outskirts of the garden in Alicia. They'll have them in stalls along the outside of the city, but haven't interacted with one myself. They don't speak Kismetan. They've got their own specific language, but we'll deal with that. You can usually understand through grunts and bits of direction of their own. They can seemingly understand intention for us, but
Good to know.
they'll give you better deals if you can speak in their language, though. Many merchants know it.
And what is the name of that language?
This Fightegor, I think the name of the language is Aubrey.
Aubrey.
I think that's what they call themselves as well. As you all roll up.
I pull up.
I don't know that one as much, and you see this large figure. I think that's the call themselves the Aslaxi tribe of the sort or something. You see this large figure stands about 12 foot tall, seems like a bigger one, hunched over and large orange muscles that come down, a golden mantle around its neck, like armor that comes down just over its pectoral region, a helmet that completely hides any head. With the front of this helmet is fashioned like a sort of mastodon. You're not sure if that's because that's what it looks like underneath, or if it's just a fashion in this way, but the trunk of it is going up and in gold, and there are 4 tusks that go out. You can see, however, the actual tusks themselves are actual ivory, though the gold is unmoving, and there are bits of like red gems inlaid through it. It has almost like shin guards of gold, a loincloth of gold, and a like clawed gauntlets of gold as well. Aslaxian's Phytagor.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they're warrior tribes. They just many prefer to trade. Like they're big creatures. You can see they have, what'd you say?
Let's steal.
Yeah. You can see they have many like tables just laid out with prices that are very crudely written. Though, well, actually, no, they wouldn't have the prices laid out. I lied to you. I mean, when I lied.
Awesome.
They've got some weapons upon here. They have some, like, almost bits of, like, things you could keep in a house, like kitchen tableware. There are some rings. There are some head and eyewear. There's many, many a different thing.
Are any rapiers?
There are some rapiers.
I'll go look at the rings and the head and eyewear.
Okay.
I'll follow
See what-
Rokudo over to the rings.
Feeling better.
This will be a fun thing for whoever wishes to take upon this this task here. They have a very limited language, as Rosary had said. This is out of character for you all to know, because I think it's a fun little thing to add to this, magic shop minigame. You can't get better deals upon speaking their language, and they do have a language that I'm in.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So, the more words and stuff that you can communicate in their language will give you essentially better chances on getting more favorable trades and prices and such.
Okay.
Rosary would tell you also they will sometimes take gold on things that they don't necessarily care about, but they very much prefer to trade in actual trade and favors, as well as knowledge.
I'll ask her, does she know the word for favors?
Have to talk to one.
Good to know.
You see, as you walk up, one of the Islaxian, and as you do walk up, you can see some of the other ones do not have the same like mastodon-style tusk, so either they're smaller under, or they do not share that, and this is just purely design. But the larger one comes up. Okan Mokabo. Takes a few steps over.
I don't know what that language is.
And just like it waves its hand in a welcoming gesture.
Can I try and think back to my time in the academy in my like basic lessons? Would I have learned anything about these creatures or these people?
You already made a history check, right?
I did not make a history check about them, just about I asked Rosary if she had interacted with them before.
Okay, make a history check then. What are you trying to figure out specifically?
If any piecemeal in the readings that I've had and like lessons I've had, I would know any basic words.
That's a high DC. I'm gonna say like that's a 20.
I'll try for it. Nah, 10.
No, it's unless you are like you get the sense unless you are like a skilled merchant. Kismetan in general don't really learn other languages. Kismetan's the common language, and unless you're an eccentric or a merchant or something, you don't really take to care to learn anything else.
When he waves to us, I wave back and say hello in Tyrian to see if he has a response to that language.
Uh,
I'll try to
He
be as
kind of
nice
like-
as possible.
yeah, he kind of like looks down and nah, Tyrion, and shakes his head no.
Cool that he knows that I spoke.
Hearing him assumptively, but in Shoro's opinion, obviously say no, Tyrion. I'm gonna try following in Jin's footsteps, and I will say hello, and then do the similar wave, but I'll say it in Druidic, and see if he has any response to that.
You see it like cocks its head and just asado.
I look at Rosary because I think he said Salado.
She shrugs she just shrugs. Not a clue. He's talking about my snake. And she just goes off and starts like walking down the long tables. You can see that there are 4 total of these spider. Anyone with a passive perception over 15, which I believe we do have,
That's me.
would notice that a little bit away there is another like essentially plume of camp. So likely they just have this set up along this road here, and there are more of them. They're just not traveling in a pack of 4.
Yeah, I'll accompany Rokudo over to the table with the rings on it.
before I walk over, just trying to continue to somehow communicate with the Asloxian, I'll just hold up my gold pouch and then the labor vial, and I'll say, trade.
When you say trade, it like seems like it shows recognition in the word, nods its head, asado, and points towards the vial.
Do they have anything written?
They have a dog.
Not really, no. There is like the etching of their symbol on the large like wooden thing that they have set up, but nah.
I'll just take a look at the stuff then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He said asada when he pointed at the vial, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that means trade. That's gotta mean trade.
I'll just nod, and then while we're walking over to the little tables, or whatever, I'll be searching through my bag for anything.
Okay.
Can you describe what these rapiers look like?
Yeah. There is a pretty decent amount here. We've got. Let's check. These two would probably be ones that would catch your eye the most here. There are two that would probably catch your eye.
Okie dokie.
One looks a little bit more intricate than the other. One is a silver handled with a red point for its blade, and almost it has, a standard kind of silver crossguard. The other one is a bright blue handle with a gold kind of like plated blade that goes up and slightly zigzags at the end. You can see it has tiny like spines going off of it, and the crossguard has a more like kind of zigzag design that crescents at one point and then goes down across the handle or across the hilt.
Is there anyone like right here that I can talk to, or?
Yeah, when you guys are here, you all pretty much have one that's just kind of like following around the table and is just not like staring you down like threateningly, but is just kind of like walking around like fixing things. It's honestly kind of cute in some areas where like one of the rings will just be slightly like out of place, and these massive like clawed gauntlet will just like slightly fix it.
I'll look to the guy that's manning me, and point to the second one you mentioned, and say Asado, and I pull out the labor vial that I was given, my rapier, and all 6 daggers, and my full pouch of gold.
How much gold do you have?
643.
You see it kind of like it gets into like a crouched position, and it's like its chest is at with the table right now.
And
kind
I'm
of like,
trying to present myself, or trying to present myself as much as I can to appeal to these guys.
Yeah. Give me a persuasion
Insight
check though.
First, or just to kind of gauge how I'm supposed to do it, or just a persuasion.
I'll say give me a persuasion. They're not really showing a lot of emotion here because they just have masks on.
Spell question.
22.
From the time that I arrived in Equinox to the point of when we are now, would a month have elapsed? I only ask if I can change my spells.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say so. He kind of looks up and like leans over the table and.
I'm going to try to keep these weapons as good in shape as possible, because I use them.
You see, he looks at the vial and This one that's in front of you has almost like this golden like beak that comes off the front of the mask in several different areas.
Okay.
Nado. And puts a thumbs up to the vial and puts it down and kind of like picks up the daggers and and sets them back down towards you.
All 6 daggers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put them back on me, huh?
Your rapier is just a regular rapier, right?
Yes. It's a rapier that I probably would have gotten my own money that I've earned through the pack, and I probably would have gotten a decent one at least, because I'm self-centered as fuck.
Looks at the rapier and it hurts a little bit, but he puts it down. You're like, it's a nice fucking rapier, right? Looks at the gold and you see like 2 fingers kind of like split the top of the bag open and look into it. Asado points at vial and gold. Asado, cow, sado.
Is this at like a similar table, or is he far away from us? Oh, Jin talking to
this is
guy.
nearby. Yeah.
Seeing the conversation going back and forth, I'll go over to Jin. Hold on, I might have something that can help us out. And I bring my hands together, and just the mist and the steam from the air starts to gather towards my fingers, and I will place it on either side of my head, cupping the ears. And as I pull away, the frost and mist will stick to my ears, and I will cast Comprehend Languages.
Cool. That's sick.
So yeah, I fully I understand the literal meaning of the language they're speaking.
And you can
Literal.
speak and
Yes, and I can't speak it. I can't speak it. I can only
Tongues, you have
understand
to
it.
speak
Tongues
it.
can speak it.
Yeah.
But if they write anything down, I can also understand it.
You have a fun way of communicating that you can now understand them. They're used to speaking very simply, but you can understand. As it points and says asado at each of those, does translate to trade. And when it's and it says and asado kaosado, which is and a trait of courage. And it points like towards Jin.
All right. He said that these two are good for trade, and in addition, he wants a trade of courage.
can I figure out what that means? No,
Rosary did say sometimes they require
favors.
things to be done for them.
I'll look at the person, Ke Asado. Like,
You're saying that
like favor
Ke
of
Asado?
courage, yeah. Like with like a
Yeah,
little
question.
question at the end, yeah.
Fendo calzado. Fendo's favor.
Fendo Calzado. Fendo is favor, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Fendo. I'll ask. I'll start off with Kismet, and I'll say like what, Fendo. With like the upward ask.
You see it kind of like looks up and it like leans in towards you whenever you start attempting to like speak the language. Give me a general persuasion check here, Rokada, with Jin's already a good one.
All right, let's
Come
get it.
on, Rokada, give me this rapier.
I got you. No, I don't. Unless someone wants an inspiration, but it's a 7.
No assist, or is it just
A 7. You already did a 22.
okay?
Bradley
Come on,
gave
come
me
on.
my Bradley gave me his inspiration. I'll give him mine.
Yes.
Good
What do you
soul,
give
good
comes back
soul.
for you in return.
Much better. 23.
It's
Yes.
this is for the second one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
22 to 23, we're getting places, boys.
I'll just speak in common that you can understand it. Another word that comes up is aiolo, which is knowledge, and it essentially either asks for a favor of knowledge or favor of courage.
And what's the word
like
for
kind of-
courage?
I'm sorry, favor of, kaosado. Kaosado.
K. How do you spell that?
Kaosado.
Keosado is courage.
Yep.
Right.
Well, I don't have knowledge, so it's definitely gotta be courage. But,
Yeah. You said he was explaining in common. You said knowledge. He wants like knowledge, or
It explained it in Oberi, but
Mhm.
you can understand it.
Oh, okay. So it wants for this trade. It wants the favor.
Either a favor of doing something for it, or if you have good enough knowledge, because it seems to like you, that it will also take information.
Yeah,
got any
I'll pass
information?
that on. I mean, I'm trying to think of something information that they would be interested in.
I don't know how to communicate things I know in my language. But I think books. Do you have any books? Might help.
No, I don't have any books. Would you prefer knowledge or the courage one?
I will take whatever one is easier, but if we can go for knowledge. If we can't do knowledge, I will be doing courage.
I'm trying to think of something I could tell him.
Cody,
Yep.
do I know if the Azola and Argetta Winterberry?
Yeah.
Do I know if those grow around here?
They grow in the south, like in the
In the
valley,
south.
specifically in the valley.
Hey.
They can't.
Can they be grown here, or are they just not native?
They can be grown here.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not native though.
So I'll walk over behind Rokita, and I'll put my hand on his shoulder, and I will pull out from a pouch on my side a little handful. Rokita, for your knowledge, it looks like sticks of paste, almost. And I will say, if these are good enough for knowledge, tell him that these could enhance their physical abilities, and I'd be willing to share ingredients and how to make them.
You know, I wish I could talk to him, but I can just kind of understand him. I'll try and pass that on, and I'll look over to the being, and I will say,
God.
Iolo Fendo, and I'll take the plants and hand them over, and I'll like try and like buff myself up. I'll like put the plants like towards my mouth, and then try and like make myself look bigger.
I will interject. Also, saying, I'll point at my mouth, and point at my ears, because I'm pretty sure it only works for Kismet.
For beast folk, you mean?
Yeah, beast folk.
As far as you know, yeah.
Yeah, and then I will actually even kind of take out my pocket a little bit of what that is, put it in my mouth, and bolster myself so my muscles will like kind of pulse, and I'll appear a little bit more strength like.
Iolol Lansad. Which is strong. It's like asking it like a question towards you, Rokita.
It's
like, what's
asking
between
if
you
it
and
would
Jin?
be like make you strong. I nod my head yes.
So it kind of like turns over.
Do we have a map of the whole map, like all with us?
Yeah, I can pull out my map of Equinox. or not equinox, of like the preeminence and like spread
And
it
I'll
out.
point to the south of where they are grown.
Lanzaderio.
What does that mean?
Tyria translates directly.
Yeah.
Oh,
What was the other context clues of that sentence?
Lansad was strong.
strong Tyrion or Tyrio.
And it says it like a question.
Yeah, and I'll actually, if he says that to like out loud to me, I'll nod yes.
See, it kind of like it like kind of like looks around and Dad Mokulo, which is good but more question mark.
All right. He says it's good, but he wants more. I mean, if we...
Shoro will take a pouch off his belt and puts it down on the table and gestures at the, let's say, 5 that he put in his hand at first,
Mhm.
and then points to the bag. And I'll just let him take however many he wants. I have 29.
Na Yolo. Puts a
Knowledge.
thumbs up.
Yeah, he wants more knowledge.
Yolo Dad. Evelyn, you would overhear this as well if you have anything to interject with.
I'd still probably be looking at stuff for myself.
I would say
Rosary kind of walks by and you can talk to it, Okuda. Oh no.
I can understand what it's saying, and I'm learning a few of the words.
It's wanting more. It's haggling with you.
It wants more knowledge rather than trade. It seems it said a trade of courage or a trade of knowledge.
You'll find information on the ruins, right?
Yeah, the one
Kind of
where-
like shrugs and keeps walking. Don't know what the hell y'all found over there, but you spent there long enough, so hopefully a decent bit.
I'll kind of hold on
And
my
you do
shoulder.
know the location of it.
Yeah.
And
All right. I'll hold out the map, but go ahead.
Yeah. Before you do that, I want to see if he likes this information first. And I'll point to
you might be able
my
to get
chest.
more.
Point to my chest. Vamore. And I'll do it again. Vamore. And I'll point to the map. Drathel. And any spots where I know the pack location headquarters are. Because I don't give a fuck.
Hoka aro aso vamore.
And what would?
Hoka is hello. So it says hello. You are aro aso.
Otto Aso Vamore. He's saying you are Vamore.
Yes. Shake my head. Yes.
Owl. Nods his head.
And I'll point to the 2 locations that I know of for the pack, and I'll say, would I have a brand of any sort saying that I am like part of the pack?
It
I'll just
does look
kinda-
towards Rokada though and says Nihan Vamore, which is
Nihan.
what Vamore.
Oh, what is Vamore? I gotcha.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he knows what Vamore is.
Okay.
Here.
Then I don't think it really matters.
All right.
My information.
We'll see if this works. I'll pull out the map and pull out my compass, and like drawing a line from where I'll point on the map. I'll point to us, between us, and I'll like hover like a little quill over the map if he seems to know where we are.
Nihoso asks where.
Yes. Hoso.
leans over and like essentially like kind of tries to go for your quill and then like backs up and just like puts a claw at the kind of like northeastern side of the hills.
All right. I'll put a finger where his claw is and draw a line with the quill. Not actually, but draw a line and point to where the river is in the ruins. And I'll try as best I can to convey ruins like building, crumbled, artifact, ruins. I'll be throwing out Kismetan words, seeing if he gets any recognition from them.
When you say ruin, Jalka, and it says ruin back to you.
Yes, ruins.
Jelka.
Jalka.
I'll start pointing on that location.
It's down and kind of like so towards you, Rokuda, which is you are.
Aro aso kuraukami. Rokuda.
It chuckles as you say you are Rokuda Kurakami to it.
Mhm.
It just kind of like done. And you see it begins talking a lot quicker.
Yep.
And it's hard for you to keep up, Rokuda, as it turns to one of its other members. Like waves its arm, essentially calling them over with a map.
Okay.
And you see one of the other ones comes over with a map, and you can see this one is a bit different than yours. It looks to be of the preeminence, but it's old. It is very old. It has the 6 cities that were destroyed in the Sentinel appearance upon it. And it looks to have a bunch of markings on it and like lines and different things. And it goes a little bit further out into like where the lavender would be.
Okay. Can I, just like not saying anything and just like nodding and pointing towards them, can I try and look at that map and try
Make
and
a perception check.
remember where things are?
This is he's big. I'm gonna call this a DC 18.
It's also at
I
disadvantage.
assist.
It's at disadvantage unless someone assists.
Yeah, you
I'll
can
do my
make
own, actually. Do my own.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'd rather do my own.
All right, yeah, sounds good to me.
I should have assisted.
Nice.
If only you had assisted.
Oh no! Whatever.
Yeah, you
Haven't
don't
seen
really
the
get
rest of
anything
us,
on it. You can
It's
see
fine.
that
Each now.
I will say, interestingly enough, I'll say on some bit that you get in there, you do see the city. Can't remember the name of it right now.
Oh god.
The city of Izushin does have a mark for what you gather is ruin over it.
Izushin does. Yeah, I'll holding my map out with theirs. I'll make sure on their map where we are, and then draw a line as best as I can to where it is in conjunction with our map.
Yeah, it doesn't put the map down. It seems like it's not really letting you see
Oh,
it. You
I
essentially get that through like seeing it with the sun, like kind of showing through it.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
Through the back of it. And it kind of just like looks down at the map and you see it and taps on their own map and it marks in.
You said it said ruin.
Yeah, Zelka is ruins.
Can
Jalka.
mean two
Jalka.
things. Actually ruins, or they just know it's gonna be turned into ruins because of us.
Nanir Aro, which is thank you. Dud Selkob, which is good, no problem. And it kind of like picks up the tip of the rapier, like the bottom of the hilt by the claw, and just pushes it towards you, John.
I will take that.
Um,
Elegantly.
Right before they finalize, or what I think would be finalizing the deal, before Rokuda puts the map away, I point at the ruin spot again. I point to the ruin spot, and then with Druidcraft, I will make a little like baseball-sized ball of water, and gesture again to the ruins, and make it spill out of my hand.
In theory, not on the paper. Just
No, yeah, just on the ground. I'm trying to convey that it's flooded.
Seeing what you're trying to do, I'll get my bowl, and I will pour water into the brim, and then point to the bottom of the bowl and point Jalka. With the water on top, Jalka.
Hano Nihon Arkan Chakra. Which is essentially it's asking, do you know how or when the ruin was filled with water?
It was 2 days
Been
ago,
2
right?
days passed. 2 days passed.
You hold up the 2 and it just nods its head.
I was gonna say 2, and then I'll point to the sun,
That's what I was thinking too.
and then
No. And it will, it'll take the previous rapier. It'll take or not the previous rapier. It'll take the vial, the gold, and the knowledge that you all have shared. And then there's one more thing, or
I was looking at the rings and the eyewear that they had and the hats.
Yeah.
right.
And now that we're thinking about the knowledge and like such ruins, Cody, would I know of any like things in the forest surrounding Pale Reach in the north that might constitute as like ruins or something of that interest?
Sure, give me a history check.
Dear God, please let me roll above a frickin' 6. Natural 20 for a 23.
Oh wow! Okay.
get it.
Whew.
And you're looking at rings, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at rings, and then like I'm assuming they have like monocles or eye patches with the hats and stuff. I was just curious as to what they had.
All right. Let me.
Poorest I've ever been.
0. Alright, let's go. We're gonna look up here. I do see an eye patch and a monocle. There's so many tabs open of fucking items right now.
Also, just to confirm, Cody, I'm writing down these words as I learn them. Nanir Sako was thank you?
Nanir Aro, because Aro is
Aro.
you. Yeah.
Otto.
I
Aro Aso was you are.
as soon as I finish this like thing, I grab the rapier. I give my rapier to Rokita to start not wielding, but holding on to him.
You see him like hang it, and his like wrist is really just not the proper way to hold it. His fingers are like curled wrong.
Yeah. Well, just put it onto your waist, and you should be like at least show that you're dangerous at close range.
Shit.
Might save you one
Just
day.
kind of poked myself.
I'll maybe even teach you how to use it one day.
Sounds interesting. It's always good to have new skills.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at the rings with Rokita, but I'll wait till after AJ's done to do all of that.
Yeah, let
Nice
me
stuff.
close out the other tabs of stuff that we did not buy here. Okay, get that out of here. Blooper has stood up and I no longer can see anything. Excuse me,
Can I ask a question really quick?
Sure.
Beast folk, like more like pureblood beast folk.
Mhm.
So not me and Jin, essentially. Would they count as humanoid and beast for the purposes of magic?
It depends on how heavily they lean towards that beast side. Because we had this question, like, like any of them. No, it's not an overall thing.
Gotcha.
But like, I know we had this question of like how you wanted to detect. I think you were using like detect beast or something like that, or locate beast to see
Yeah.
for your father last session.
Yep.
Like you may get a ding on it if he was like in a full like shifted like feral mode, just because of like it's essentially a how close at the time they were connected to their ancestor. So
So
if
would
you
I
wanted,
have just analyzing this figure that Rokuda and Jin just spoke to, with his claws, the headpiece presumably, and just their overall shape. Could I make any assumption towards them being a more bestial inclined race?
they do seem to be more bestial inclined, maybe monstrous.
All right, I am just real quick. As Rokuda is preparing to start his deal, I'm gonna make eye contact with the figure, point to my staff, and then druid craft just a little spray of like water, uh, just to like let him know I'm going to do magic.
Asks how when you do the water thing.
Yeah, I'll wait for Roku to translate.
He asked how.
Gift. I just
What-
point to my chest.
What was the word for strength, Cody?
Strength was Lanza.
Lansar.
Mhm.
I'll like point to his chest and point to his mind, and I'll say, Lansar.
Just nods his head.
I'm gonna-
Lansad Kaos. Kaos is like clever or smart.
I'll
So, like
nod.
strong of mind.
Yeah, I'll nod my head.
I'm gonna cast at first level, speak with animals, and it gives you the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts. And I just want to see if it works.
um,
To describe it before you say if it works or not, similar to Rokuda, I will exhale and using the staff capture my breath and twist the wind around it, and it goes over my ears, and you can see the air in front of my ears is just a constant vibrate, and every time the creature speaks, you can see the essentially the sound waves of its vocals coming towards my ears.
so it's speak with animals.
Mm-hmm. So it's limited by their intelligence, but at minimum you can get information about locations, monsters, or things they can perceive. But it's all dependent on whether or not they count as beasts.
I think they're right on that border.
Yeah. I don't expect it to work, but it would just be
It would be nice if it did work.
it would be really handy.
Because I was like, okay, if I can change my spells, maybe I can take tongues. And I looked up tongues. I was like, oh, it's a fucking 3rd level spell.
Yeah. I'm gonna say probably not.
Okay. So yeah, that vibrating effect, the figure and Rokudo will probably see it, and when I realize it's not doing anything for me, I'll just tap the staff again, and it fades out.
Didn't work like you wanted it to.
Nah, it was a hunch with an idea, and it didn't plan out.
About how much time, Cody? It lasts for an hour. How long would I have left on the spell?
Probably like 15 minutes.
Okay. I'll just keep a track on that, and once it gets towards like the 5-minute mark, I'll cast it again.
Okay.
and just hover my hands over my ears again, just to regather the mist.
Sure.
I like to think that the ice is melting.
Yeah.
It's like the clock.
It's like it's like, when people are in cartoons are angry and steam comes out of their ears. It's like that, but it's just
That starts
collected.
happening.
It's just collected by his ears.
That's funny. Um. There are gonna be probably just one ring that catches your eye. You see, it is a set of 2 purple rings. They're just wrapped, and one is a hand that is like holding a small little like red gem, and then one is a hand that has a little red gem leaving it.
All right. What do I get for the ruin knowledge?
A rapier.
Already sold it.
Oh, I thought
no,
that
his
no,
check.
my check for stuff in the north.
Oh, that's right. You got a nat 20 on that.
Yes.
I was like, the rapier.
I was like, I swear I just rolled after we made that purchase.
Yeah, damn, nat 20, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's my bad. I distracted
There's
him.
some shit in the north.
I'd assume so. That's why I
Yeah.
asked.
Be right back.
It's just how much of it is.
Did Calvin get anything while I was gone? Or no? Not yet.
So, yeah, there's some shit in the north. On a nat 20?
For a total
I gotta
of
get some crazy
23.
shit. Yeah.
I'll try to think of places not
Yeah, there's a lot. I'm just trying
let
to
me
figure
let me
out
let me
which
try and
ones.
narrow it down. I want to keep it towards Pale Reach and below. Nothing above Pale Reach. Something that is within relatively, I'd say, if I could think of anything within at least 3 days travel of Sukiri, Pale Reach, or Monbria.
Okay. There are the nat 20. Wow, you're getting a lot of information here that you shouldn't get. I hope you know that.
Let me get my writing
There's
hand ready.
one that is gonna be riskier to share.
Okay. That's fair.
And that would be Mount Mizo and Mount Haka.
Mount Mizo? Is it Myzo?
Maiso.
Okay.
Miso.
Miso and Mount what?
Haka. Haka.
Mount Haka.
And I'm gonna give you these in order, pretty much, of most dangerous to share to least dangerous to share.
That's fine.
That one is gonna be the most dangerous.
Yep.
Up next is the Deepwood, which is north of Pale Reach, but is thick and full of dangerous flora and fauna and just mystery. Even further north of that is the Verglass Valley, that is a frozen sea said to touch the lavender.
Verglass Valley.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is getting a little more out of north, but you did say Monbria when you specified. There are the ruins of the Kumohewa.
Ruins of Kumo Heiwa.
That is within the Cloud Steppes. It is a kind of giant akin race. Also, you don't have giant to compare it to, but they are like among that size range.
Within what you said it's within the what?
The Cloud Steppes, which is like the first step onto the north.
Okay.
If you were to look at a map of the north, it would be on there, kind of deal, but it would be all the way at the bottom.
Okay.
They're just north of Rain. There are certain spots that you've heard rumors of, essentially, of the Kumohewa still live there. They are like a peaceful trader race as well of giants.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, anything that wasn't peaceful when the Kismet settled here doesn't exist anymore. So the Kumohewa do have access, I'll say, with how much knowledge you're getting. You don't know specifically what the very rare material that they export is, but they seem to be the only ones that can find it, and there are rumors of some of their ruins that may hold it.
All right.
That's probably the least dangerous one to share. The much more dangerous one is Mount Maiso and Mount Haka, which are both during the era of lords. These were crafted with the help of many different people. They are two massive hollowed mountain megalithic tombs. Coffins essentially stick out of the sides inside of the mountain for miles going up.
Okay.
You do know the locations of them. However, they are extremely well guarded, as they do hold ancestors of many heroes lost to the era of lords.
Okay.
So that is yours to share, and that is very high, like very low key information. But,
Okay. Oh, 1 second. I'm just making sure. And would I know general locations for the other two, the Deep Wood and the Verglass Valley? Just would I just
you
know
know where
like
that
just
is.
north of Pale Reach? Would I have like somewhere on the map I can point to?
You could point to it.
Okay.
If you were to look at the map, it is the two steps. If you were to go like look at Pale Reach and go straight north, it's the two steps that lead to that small little outlet of ocean.
I see. Okay. That's the Deep Wood.
The Deepwood is that first little step where you can see like mountains and forests, and then the one directly after that is the Verglass Valley.
Okay.
That is just a valley of ice of frozen ocean.
Okay. I'll look down at the rings, and I'll say, Asado.
You see, it kind of like leans back.
I will say, Fendo Aiolo.
Fendo Iola Lanza. It would have to be good knowledge that these are expensive.
Okay. I'll also, I don't have a lot, but I will pull out my Labor crystal vial, set it down. I will pull out a arcane focus, like a deep blue and white crystal that I have in my bag, set it down. Then I don't have a lot of gold. I have a gold pouch of 160, and I will set it down. But, and I'll like hold a finger up, I will hold open the map and go to above Pale Reach and mark X, or like air over at X, above it the Verglass Valley X, and then the ruins of Kumo Heiwa X, and I will write over ruins of Kumo Jalka Verglass Valley. I'll hold out my hand with the bowl, and the top will completely freeze over, and I will just do ocean, sea, but.
It nods.
And then over the top one, deep wood, forest, mystery. You said for the pale wood or the deep wood, it's just full of mystery and dangers and.
Yeah, it's too close for the lavender for people to explore. It's like if you were to go there, you probably wouldn't get sick, but no one wants to go near the lavender. So
Okay. I will point over to the map where the lavender begins, and I will point back to the valley, and I will do like the ice and the lavender meeting together with my hands. And then for the deep wood, I will do the same motion, but not as close together.
done.
Is close, not great, but not terrible either.
Give me a deception check,
Okay.
because you are holding back information. And this is a merchant.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go.
You have to beat
Natural
a
20.
14.
26.
Oh,
Man,
the dice god's paying you back for all those low rolls earlier.
for
Yeah.
real. It like leans in.
I'll point to the ruins, and I'll, you said they were called the Kumohewa, the giant folks. I'll hold like a hand up towards his height. Asados, traders as well.
Dad como hewa raseon. Raseon is friend.
Mm.
They essentially said they are friends with the Kumohewa.
I will point to the ruin, or the X, Rosayo Jalka. Ruins of Friends, or Friends Ruin. Rare material, hard to find.
It kind of like scratches against the muscle. Is anybody else looking for anything?
Oh boy.
It's so Rogan is looking at a set of 2 rings.
Mm-hmm.
Does it seem like it's intended for a single person to wear, or is it for 2 people to wear in unison?
2 people in unison, it looks like.
If I don't see any other rings that catch my eye, then I might help Rokita get this set.
This would probably be the one that catches your eye the most. Maybe one other one. Blooper's trying to eat my goldfish.
God, I love goldfish.
You're telling me it's so dangerous.
Sponsored.
What was the word for friend again, Cody? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Raseond. Raseond.
Okay.
Hey, just like I'm gonna have this fucking fluent the next time we meet him.
Hey, if we get better deals and I can understand the words, I'm fucking learning this shit.
I can't wait till like session 15 when we run into them again, and you and AJ just have a full conversation in this language.
In a
and we're all
different
just like,
language. Whoa.
All the people that watch at my work are gonna be like, "What the fuck are they saying?"
They're speaking non-English.
That's honestly probably the main one here that you would see that would interest you. Yeah.
All right. Seeing AJ or seeing Rokita's pile of tradable goods and hearing him giving out information, can I make an insight check on the figure to see how pleased he looks so far? If it looks like he's like thinking about saying yes, or if he still wants more.
Give me an insight check. I'm gonna let you choose between 2 things here. This is either going to be a DC 15 with disadvantage
Mhm.
or a DC 19 straight roll. Because there is no face that you're looking at. You're going off
Right.
body posture. Body language, rather.
So I will take. I'm gonna take DC 15 disadvantage
Okay.
with a guidance.
Okay.
Okay, not looking good. Wow, I should have taken the 19 straight. That's crazy.
Damn.
I will
I don't even-
let you use an
No, you would've rolled
inspiration
the
if you
fucking-
want.
You would have rolled the 9 first, anyways.
You
You-
rolled
you
the
can-
9 first, anyways.
Oh,
You're gonna let me take an inspiration?
if you want to use it.
How about I use my own
Both, yeah.
inspiration before I take yours?
That's fair.
All right. Cool.
Yep. Go ahead.
Right. Go ahead, he says.
Hey, all right. I don't even need the guidance, but just in case, we'll see what it comes
Might
up
as
to.
well. Higher the better.
19.
Cool. Yeah, you beat it in both avenues.
There you go.
Okay, so yeah, you get the idea that he is very enamored by everything Rokuda is saying, and while he doesn't think Rokuda is withholding anything,
Mhm.
he just seems like this is very like powerful.
He needs something to sweeten the pot a little bit.
Yeah. He's just like he's like, you guys have been great. Yeah, I just need a little bit
Yeah.
more.
All right. I put my hand on Rokuda's shoulder
Mhm.
and say, "Trust me."
By all
And
means.
from behind my back,
Mhm.
you hear the drawing from a small scabbard, and I pull out the crisis shiv,
Ooh.
and
Whoa.
I hold it out, holding it like this, blade going out, and gesture to him.
You see it like leans in and grabs and starts like going over, and you see another creature come over, and it sets it on the table, and it draws like a rune in the air. It touches it with one of its claws, and it looks back
Yes.
over to it. Oh, and nods, and it hands it back to you on the other side of the table, but like nods, and the creature kind of like looks and
Can I understand what he was saying to the other one? Like it was like confirming like it's real,
what the other one said before it walked away,
or what he said to like call it over, and then what it said before it walked away.
to essentially check that it was real and how useful it was. They seem to have at least a little information. You know, if it was 0 charges, there's not
Mhm.
too much use for it.
Yeah.
Even though it is pretty, it's still something they'd probably take, but the fact it has a charge is way more like useful on it. So
Wait, it has a charge?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it doesn't. You're right. So still taking it, but yeah, you're right. It does not have a charge.
I was gonna say, if that's got a charge, I ain't giving it to him.
No, it does have no charges. You're right. But still, it's a.
It's a finely crafted.
And then when it
instrument.
walks away, it essentially said, "Yes, good." The other one did. It leans in and asado, and it points to the rings.
Asado.
And it brings the other one over with the map again,
All right.
and it scoops the rings up in both of its clawed fingers and drops them in front of you.
Nani Aro. Name? I'll just ask in Kismet. Name? Rokuda.
You're asking its name?
Mm-hmm.
For which one?
For
one on- with the map or the one you're
the one
talking
that
to?
we've been dealing with.
The one that you've been talking to's name is You talking its
Michael.
language now. Arias.
Bart.
My name is Cimmeria.
Rob. Steve.
Gonku.
Gonku.
Kunkel, I guess.
Kunkel Steve. Kunkel Grandpa.
Uncle for uncle.
Yep.
I'll just like, I won't grab the rings yet, but I'll just put my hands together like this and give a slight bow.
I conjure a bear.
As a Rio pops up from behind.
Nani or Aro?
Nothing said.
Speaking of Rio, I'm gonna be calling for Rio this whole time after I'm done doing my deal.
Not a chance. Wait, what did you say to it? You said
I was trying to say thank you.
But what did you say?
oh, none here, Aro. Yeah.
Nani or Aro?
Yeah, you said it right.
He just called him a slur in his own language.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if I accidentally called him a slur, I'm fucked.
I will,
Just the luck
as
going
he,
down for Rokita.
as he takes the crisis shiv off the table,
Mhm.
I'm just gonna point at it and then say, "Keep safe."
Turns towards Rokita.
I'll hold up. I have in my bag like the playing card set. I'll take out all the cards, close the like box for it, and then just like keep it like locked, safe.
Aro, we say though.
We say though.
You said yes with pride.
He's gonna use it to kill somebody with pride.
When he stabs him, he's gonna go, "Vamore."
Do you have anything you want to buy or look at?
Me?
I mean, yeah, I got what I wanted.
Well-
Thank you.
I figured the rings are for two people to wear. I figured me and you could figure out what they do.
Sure, sounds good to me.
Jin's choking on his rapier, I guess.
I don't know why he's trying to swallow it, but it's not in his skill set.
Evelyn, what are you looking for?
I'd probably just look around. I don't think I want anything in specific.
I'm assuming, Cody, he took all of my gold, the focus, and
How much gold do you have, Shoro?
350.
He wants that too.
I already made the deal.
Good tradesman. With-
There are some. Go ahead.
Oh no.
No. there are some daggers, Evelyn. That would get your eye. There are.
Called a crisis shiv.
It's called a crisis shiv.
Just immediately put it
It's
on
already
sale.
up for sale.
Just change hands one more time.
For some reason, it has all of its charges.
What?
As gold leaks from the spider. There is a weird looking egg.
An
Second
egg.
Not an
pet, baby.
eggmancer.
What did you just say?
Not an eggmancer.
Not an eggmancer. All right, there's some daggers.
Fucking pet ostrich.
Not interested.
Egg.
All right, you look around. A lot of pretty stuff. Rosary just kind of walks and talks with you. Hey, these are honestly some of the nicer ones that I've seen.
You think so?
I usually tame. Well, these ones seem like they're usually tame, but the other ones, the ones that would come up north, they've got blue fur and horns. They don't wear the masks either.
Maybe the mask means the friendly.
Hiding the scary ass faces. There's one that's just across the way. It's on the other side of the table, just kind of like slowly like lumbering in pace with you. It's not like looking at you, but it's just kind of walking just in case you need anything. But yeah, as you all group up, you see Kanku kind of like comes around the table and like puts like it can't really do it kind of like puts one of its clawed fingers and just kind of like draws like cross over its chest on one side and says, Raseo. Nods its head towards you.
To me?
Towards the group, but yeah, you
Okay.
primarily, as you're the one it's been talking to, which
I'll
is friend.
I'll just say, thank you again. Nanir aso, raseyond.
Nare aso. Asado pecado. Says, trade please, trade again if you were.
I'll
then-
just give a bow and I'll look to the group. I mean, I've probably got like 30 minutes left on this spell. Do you guys want anything else while we're here?
Not
see the egg?
10 minutes ago, Cody, you said you had 15 minutes left.
I recast it.
What is the ground like? Is it dirt or is it like grass?
You guys are on a like wooden platform.
Oh, a wooden platform. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a bridge.
on
right?
like
Oh.
on different areas in which the like stone essentially falls into hot water. There's like large wooden platforms for carts to go.
Is there like any of the stones poking out that I can reach to?
Yeah, and some of them.
I'm gonna take a little rock, etch a little thing that looks somewhat like Rio, and then put an X through it, and I'll start kicking that fucking thing. And I'll point to it, and I'll walk off.
Oh no, there he is!
There
he is!
Cody.
Fucking kick
Wet
it.
wet as hell. Up your fucking back and is there, and it shakes while it's on your neck. You just
You fucking bastard.
yeah, Calvin.
In any of the books that I have, would there be those like in this one that I have here as an example? I know it's blurry, but there's a page of just blank in between the start of the book, and then there's a page of blank at the end as well. Would that be in any of the books that I have? Would there be that one extra blank?
I would say in one of them because that is a luxury of being able to make a lot of paper.
Yeah.
I'd say in one of them, yeah.
I'll rip that blank page, and with a quill, I'll write the ingredients and the instructions for making the paste. And I know they might not be able to read common, but at least they'll have it. And then I'll point to the paste as well and point back to the paper and give it to them.
Dalnan manera aro asado look.
I look at Nicola.
It essentially said, thank you, next time trade sale.
All right. Oh, that's good. He said the next time we come through to trade, there'll be a sale. I guess
Oh,
we
well.
made some good purchases today.
They
Big ol'
traveled
thumbs
quite.
up.
They traveled quite a bit. I don't think we'll ever see them again. But Rosary just kind of
On the off chance, is there anything that you want, Rosary?
no.
All right. Well, should we make our way then?
So you all get back to the carts.
I'm a little
Load
curious
up.
about that egg.
We're gonna take a break.
Woo! All right, let me pause real quick.
I have
I
to
want to pay
Grab
off.
it.
boys. All right.
All right. I'll coming back from heading back towards the carts, I will head towards Shoro and Jin's cart first. So me and Shoro can look at these rings.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do the same thing I did with the fucking necklace, but with the blade that I got.
Yeah, Jin, you think that you're just dog shit when it comes to magic items,
Yeah.
but
It's crazy for God
the
to say to you.
weapon, but the weapon actually like begins a process, and you're like, man, what the fuck is with this necklace then?
'Cause I was told it was I was told it was magic, and I was told and
That
I
it was at least made with magic.
okay made with magic, which I could assume not the same. As my character, I would assume it's the same thing almost, and I don't think my stepmom would lie to me, nor would I think she would be able to be lied to by certain people. So I'm just confused as fuck with the necklace.
That's fair.
And then you said it starts. There's like a process to this. this thing that I didn't get with the necklace.
Yeah, that kind of like you almost feel like a little bit of a static connection to it.
Do you remember what this looks like, Miguel?
Nope. I'm just kidding.
It's invisible. Actually, you don't.
Yeah,
have
I'll send you a picture of it.
Oh, okay.
Oh fuck!
And this is before or after, like, the attunement?
As you begin the attunement on it, you begin to see bits of lightning course up and down it.
Ooh,
Oh fuck!
let's go.
I'll just put it in the news from Equinox so everyone can see it, of the charged rapier.
The charged rapier.
Holy shit!
That's sick. I like the little, kind of like the crisis shiv at the end where it's like little wiggly.
Yeah, you got a good deal, homie. I can already tell by looking at it.
I'll probably be doing the same thing that Jin was doing, but I have one ring in the palm of each hand, and I just have only my right eye closes. The left eye is permanently open.
Which ring do you take?
I'm waiting to find out before handing them out. Or I was going to see what they were before I handed them over.
You're attuning to both of them?
Oh. I see what you're saying. I'll attune to one. I'll take the one that is like reaching down and like this, and you can have the one that has the like gem being offered.
I will, just as an instinct, if you want me to make an Arcana check, I will, but almost instinctually, for the process, Shoro will grab Rokuda's free hand with his free hand, and then hold the ring in his other hand, and do a attempt like a joint attunement.
Joint attunement, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dope.
You begin to feel a little bit of sweat in Rokuda's palm as you're holding hands, but then it just freezes over.
You begin to feel some grass growing out of Shoro's palm, and it pokes you in the palm a little bit.
Both you guys roll a d6 for me.
A D6.
I'm sorry, a d4. A d4.
For
One.
one.
Hey!
Let's go.
Is that what we needed?
Maybe.
Or do we die?
Failed attunement. You can never attune to it again.
You guys just disappear from existence.
We fade out.
We get donjoned.
Thanos snapped.
God, this is... I can't believe you all got this. I can't believe I gave it to you more so.
It's like the cards all over again. Can't
I was
believe you
gonna
gave
say,
it to
tell me
us.
this is a ring set that when used together summons the deck of anything.
Yeah, exactly.
He did create it in this world. It's somewhere out there.
You both attune to the rings of spell sharing.
Oh,
Oh shit.
no way.
Oh shit.
What?
Of or at least begin the
sharing.
attunement process.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright.
So, the ring has 4 charges. It regains 1d3 plus 1 every day
Okay.
at dawn, not on a long rest, at dawn.
Mhm.
They only work within 1 mile of one another.
It's pretty good.
Only.
Yeah, you can't use it across the world from each other. You can expend one of the ring's charges to cast a spell from the other creature's known or prepared spells.
Oh, yeah.
Known or prepared?
Yep.
Oh shit.
You use your own spell slot though.
Okay.
Your own spell save DC, attack bonus, spellcasting ability. The spell must have a casting time of an action or a bonus action.
Okay. Wow, that's really good.
That's really good.
Yeah. You also, if it does have materials, you must provide the components for the materials.
Okay.
So good.
What? Okay, I have a
Yeah.
technical question then, Cody. If I change a spell's casting action from an action to a bonus action, does it still work if I use the charge?
So could he
So
make
you're-
one of my spells a bonus action?
Yeah. Like if I heighten, or what is it? I think it's a quicken spell.
Quicken?
Yeah, it's quicken spell.
Read quicken spell to me real quick.
When you cast a spell that has a casting time of 1 action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to 1 bonus action for this casting.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah, because it's when you cast a spell, and this is lit, is you use an action to expend one of the ring charges to cast a spell.
Okay.
Known and
That's
prepare
what
spells
I'm
are pretty much the same thing, right?
What'd you say?
No,
Known
known
and
spells are all the spells you can prepare.
That's nuts. So
Because
does that mean I just look
when
at the
I
druid
look at
spell
known
list?
spells, I have 3, which is the 3 that I have, but I don't have prepared because I don't think I'm a.
Yeah, known and prepared spells are the same thing for everything
Yeah.
but wizard.
Yes, so you guys can only cast what you guys are like
Are
deliberately
knowing.
have.
I see.
Still
Yeah.
really good.
It's still good.
Mine,
I was gonna
But
say,
mine
do
is saying that known spells, it shows my entire spell
I think
list.
druids and clerics know all their spells, like ever. That's why
Innately.
they can change. Yeah, that's why they can change.
So
every
he can cast any of my spells. I don't have to have them prepared.
If that's how it reads, then yes.
Because if it's
mine
known or
only
prepared,
goes
Yeah.
as known spells, and then I have to add spells whenever.
Yeah,
I learn
those-
them.
yeah,
So
Yeah,
yours
'cause-
is a bit different.
Yeah. I mean that's.
So.
I mean,
Yeah,
do
it's
you,
still
cleric
really
and druid.
good.
do you want a
Either way.
snipping tool of my spell list, Calvin?
yeah, I'll send you one too.
Okay.
It's funny.
Mine's gonna have to be 2 sniffing tools. Just so you
Mine
know.
is as well.
Okay, you guys do that. Here, we'll make a. I'll make a group chat.
Say less.
Between Caster of Red.
Oh yeah, I forgot I made that my actual Discord name.
Spell boys.
If you want to put yours,
Yeah, I'll,
Just to
I'll send them
put yours
as
in
I go.
first.
Oh shit! I
just to keep them in order. I'll have
yeah,
yours
I
in the
exited
middle.
it by accident. Oh shit!
You exited the group.
No, my spell a snipping tool by accident.
Just gone. Okay. Cool.
Hmm.
You all continue. Jin.
Sup?
Rapier. The
Yes.
charged rapier. This blade snaps and crackles, pops, with electrical power as the blade is waved through the air. While holding the rapier, you have resistance to lightning damage.
Nice.
You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with the magic weapon. It deals an additional 1d4 lightning damage to any target it hits. In addition,
Okay.
if you are proficient with this weapon, when you move at least 20 feet in a straight line on your turn while holding the rapier, you can briefly disappear, and you essentially bolt forward like a bolt of lightning. When you do, choose an unoccupied space that you can see within 20 feet of you that is along the same straight line and in the direction in which you're moving. And a 5-foot wide line of lightning originates from yourself and extends to the unoccupied space. You reappear in that space as the bolt of lightning passes through anything in its path. If there are any creatures in the line of lightning, roll a d20 and add 9 to the result. If the total of the roll meets or exceeds the AC of any creature in that line, they take an additional 1d4 plus 1 lightning damage as you pierce through.
Lightning build boys. As soon as I probably like get the blade and it starts like I feel like I know what it is, I open the door and I in my left hand as I'm holding onto the cart, the rapier's probably like tucked into whatever sheath I have. Hold on to the cart. My hand from basically here, it starts to static and lightning forms into the hand as I throw it up, and a lightning strike hits the ground about 25 feet in the direction I'm looking as Rio is right where the lightning strike hits, and he is now blue, like a dark blue, not a icy blue.
Sick.
So, I have double resistance in lightning, so I have advantage on lightning saves.
Yep.
That is sick.
So
Okay.
you take quarter damage from lightning.
No,
Or 30.
Doesn't stack.
this is not
It
stacked.
does, resistance
okay.
doesn't stack, but that's why I made the homebrew rule that if you have double resistance against something, you get advantage on saves against that damage type.
Yes.
So you at least
Gotcha.
get something.
Oh, I can just leave lightning resistance on here because I have lightning.
We got some good
resistance
spells, Calvin.
Yeah.
We got some good
now.
stuff.
Is I know you sent it to me in the chat. Is this? Oh wait. Oh wait, what the fuck? Did you not? Did you send me something? And
I deleted it because it wasn't fully updated.
Oh, okay.
It was an earlier draft of it.
Okay,
But
so it's not.
I'll make it tonight though.
All right.
Cody,
well,
does
no,
this?
Yep.
Cantrips count as spells, right?
They do.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
And-
you will. Good.
Sorry. This is just a crazy item, so I have to ask questions.
Yeah, no, I get it. You guys,
It only works. So I can't cast one of my spells if it's unprepared through the rings, right? I have to cast one of AJ's, and AJ has to cast one of mine.
correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there would be no reason of casting your own through the ring because all it would do is take up a charge.
Yeah. So you would have to cast one of my spells, and I have to
Because
cast
it still
one of
takes
yours.
up a spell slot and everything else.
Right. It was more for like for example, let's say I want to use Entangle, but I don't have it prepared.
Oh,
Could I
no,
use a
yeah, it
charge
has to
with
be
it?
one
Right.
of no, yeah,
Okay.
correct. That's a good question though.
AJ, we would be
just need-
crazy.
No, I just need a ring of fire
It's gonna be
resistance.
nuts.
Stack up these
Um,
resistances.
As we continue.
God, I feel like I just leveled up. Like that's
About-
crazy, bro.
About how late in the day is it, Cody?
We're gonna go through the whole day here.
Oh, okay, okay. I was gonna say, like,
Um,
sitting there, I'll like open my eyes and look over towards Shuro, and
Churro.
yeah, Shuro, and grasping my hand together. Is it each ring has one charge, or it's total between the two?
There's a total of 4 charges.
Between the two, okay.
And 1d3 plus 1 are recharged daily.
So if he uses a spell, it would take a charge off of his too.
Yep, they're shared.
I'll look at Shuro. I mean, it seems like it connected. Do you care if I try it?
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Looking at the ring, I'll slowly extend my hand out into like a claw type formation, and I will use a charge to cast Primal Savagery on myself. And all the mist and steam that's swirling around will gather along my fingers and then solidify into these like white ice claws.
Right before it does that, as
You die.
you can, you see the gem upon Shoro's ring. You can see as you attune to them, there's now 3 that go around the ring, and one of them goes off and goes into your ring, and they.
Oh, that's cool.
That's so sick.
Just hold up the hand and kind of just wriggle the fingers.
Cody, the limitations that I have on my spell list would apply to him, right? If you want to look at the group chat, one of my second level spells is the main reason I asked this. Because I can't cast it. So I would assume he can.
Are you talking about the second one that's highlighted on your second level page?
That would be correct, yeah.
Okay, so AJ, anything that fits that category, you wouldn't be able to use.
Okay. All right, that's fine. It's honestly not terrible.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
You guys are practical
Um,
wizards.
We're sharing our spell books. Oh, look what I have. Would you like this one?
As the day goes on, eventually you fall asleep within your respective carts. You have some dreams.
Oh fuck.
Oh, fuck.
Oh boy.
Man.
Who's first?
Jin.
Who's
Can I-
first? Yeah.
God damn it!
Yeah.
Fucking, as soon as you said something, I'm like, ah.
What do you say, Calvin?
I was gonna ask if I could do one more thing before we go to bed.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
I'm just gonna say that the ring, feeling like the energy from it, and having all this access to a new power, essentially, kind of gives Shoro a eureka moment,
Urethra?
and he remembers what Evelyn did to help him out with the poisoning, and thinks about how he can do it in his own way. And similar to how he did it in the back of their cart, he puts his hands together, and all the moisture in the room coalesces into a ball. And then again, the water from in himself comes out, and it's a dark, like murky, brownish green, and they mix into the ball and form a perfect half. So the left half is bright blue, healthy water, and the right side is the dark half. And he peels them apart, and they're like sticky, and puts the left half on his chest and throws the dark half away. And I'll cast protection from poison on myself.
Hey, nice.
It
Cool.
immediately cures any poisons affecting me, and I'm immune to poisons for an hour.
Good idea to do. You feel the poison leave your system.
I didn't
You
say
only
this
got less
before,
restoration once.
but AJ, this will be the first time you see this. As I turn around from summoning Rio, you see both my eyes, where the whites of my eyes would be normally white, are a dark blue, and as it goes into the pupil itself, it's almost like the pupil is glowing, where the left eye is kind of weird as it goes from the top to the right side, like a lightning strike, and the right eye is more of like a time like an X pointing out in both ways with the same glowing effect, but it has the blue of the eye.
The fuck is that?
God, I feel so hyper right now. as like my body kind of shocks in different places.
Shoro looks at you after you say that and goes, "All right, well, take care of that outside the cart, not while we're in here. Goddamn."
Jin, real quick question.
Mm.
I know I got fucked up eyes, but what's wrong with yours?
My eyes change when Rio changes.
They're like dark blue, and then they got like shapes, and like the pupils. I'll look
Yeah.
over at Shoro. Have you seen this before? Like this version?
Not this version, but
I usually stay in the red form because it's the most normal looking eye.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to be extra shocky today as I whip out the sword or
That's
the
fair.
rapier.
I'm feeling a bit feral today as I hold up the claws, so I understand.
That's crazy. You didn't have to say that.
that was so accidentally racist, Rokuda. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude.
That's all right. We're good spirited.
Yeah. I'm going to beat your ass. No kidding. Thanks again for helping me get the blade.
Anytime. Anything to help us before we get to the fields.
Oh, I'm going to kill so many fucking zombies.
Zombie bombies. Beautiful. Yeah. So you all chit and chat and talk and tick and talk.
Yeah,
You all it's not
Hey,
I'll
you
say-
wanna? I
Just
take
look-
the exhaustion.
And Jin, as you fall asleep, what'd you say?
I probably was going for a word, but I don't know what I was going for.
Okay. I think you said giggity. I was like, Quagmire's in the chat.
The
Okay.
worst person to be around when you're sleeping.
Jittery, maybe is what I was going for.
Jittery. Yeah.
Yeah.
You fall asleep jittery. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And you see these like blue lines flash through your vision.
Kind of like going to bed after watching a TV screen or something.
Yeah, yeah. And they get brighter and brighter until they fill your vision, and you see the hand of somebody slam up against a wall. You're seeing from their perspective at this point. Looking all over the place, you can see just barely like long blonde hair kind of sway in your POV. You see they look down and hold the rapier in their hand. Damn it, it's so dark in here. And kind of like move down through this very dark corridor.
So this guy
And
was
you hear-
blonde.
You hear,
Dad didn't sleep well last night.
behind a plume of lava comes up in the cave, and a giant furred clawed hand comes out of it, and the person runs. Now the inside of a cave illuminated. Damn it. They slam their hand against the wall.
Do I feel what this guy's feeling?
Vaguely, yeah, like almost like blunt like blunt feelings, like vibrations.
2 questions. Do I recognize where I am, or do I recognize the furred hand?
The furred hand that came out of like
Yep.
the ground.
Yeah.
Neither. No.
Cool. Okay, that's good to know. Let's keep it that way. Hopefully.
Stuck in here in a fucking corner in a goddamn labyrinth. Starts like walking back and forth. Cave shakes once more. Alright, Demetrius, you better do something. Smacks onto the hilt of the rapier, and you can see bits of sparks. And alright, let's hope that'll do. Accesses! And swings the rapier. And you see this like 2 red eyes open up, and these large horns that go down and outward. Alright. As soon as it comes, and kind of like steadies themselves. And you see the horned figure going through in this cave towards your POV. You can feel the heartbeat getting faster of this figure that you're seeing through. Alright. Roxas, the vine of pleasure. This is where you fall. You can see the lightning coursing across the rapier once more, and it goes out. Smacks it a couple more times, and it relights, and you see this almost minotaur-like creature demon crawling towards this figure within this blocked cave. No way to escape the beast, it seems, and it lowers its horns, its eyes full of rage. You see the person kind of like put their foot back against the wall and hold the rapier out as the large bull-like creature just charges, trying to gore him with its horns. It speeds towards him. This figure is a fraction of its size at this point. You can see also when it holds the rapier up, there are markings down its arm of Kismet markings.
I'll take note of those markings.
Okay. And you see, no! And there's a snap, flash, and jolt of lightning as the figure itself hums, and electricity is vibrated throughout the entire cavernous pathway. A blinding streak of lightning erupts from this man, and he vanishes. You see the lightning reach essentially down the hall onto the other side of this beast, and the man appears out of the back of it, and a large lightning carved through its side as it slams into the wall, and you see lava from overhead open from a cavern that it slammed into and pour onto the creature's head. You can see it is blinded by the light and lava, and it just smashes its head into the rocky surfaces on either side that the man was cornered in. You can almost smell the electrified hair on this being as the man kind of, it's not dead, but that'll do for now. And he sheathes the rapier. Thank you. And rushes out of the cavern as the creature just as the dream fades away. And you fully attune to the item.
Ooh.
Rokuda and Jin.
Wow, that's crazy.
Or not Rokuda and Jin. Rokuda and Shoro.
Two dreams in one night.
Rokuda and Shoro. You both first feel a strange connection. Rokuda, through your mind flashes the perspective of a dirty barn of leather and bread being gnawed on for dinner. And a flash and a pain in the abdomen just below the rib cage as you see a knee fly towards you. Bit of blood spattered onto the dirtied stone beneath you as well. And the air thick with this like almost nicotine style smell. And you look up, and just before you see this figure, you see the bottom of like a red coat, and you black out. Shoro. You see the perspective of two pale hands in front of you, sitting on the edge of a bed, shaking violently. And they get up and sit back down and get up and open the door and walk down a very fine Gothic hall towards a double set bedroom. The hand like shakingly goes to open towards the door, and you can feel the frost on the doorknob. As the door creaks open, and you just see a black armored figure within, no discernible features, as you almost feel yourself piss yourself looking into this, shaking, just trying to hold yourself together as you cut and you feel bruises upon you, and you feel yourself walking through about 7-8 inches of deep snow in the middle of midwinter, with about 40 pounds of weighted backpack upon your back, walking in the middle of a forest around a predetermined path. At one point, you see the POV collapse and spit out a little bit of blood. Get back up, the muscles roiling and raging. Continue walking back towards this large Gothic manor. As that cuts up. There's a moment of silence for both of you. And then you both flash into separate visions of the same scene. Corpses surround you. Bloodied, freshly killed, and for some reason you know that they're your friends. You don't recognize them as like Evelyn, as Jin, or anything of the sort, but whatever POV you're seeing through, seeing these corpses brings a wrench to your stomach and your chest. A figure approaches from down the hall. Almost a golden halo sits atop their head, but actually sits, does not float. And they're in long white dress with a golden flaming sword. Step towards both of you. You two, within your own purviews, the only two left here. The bodies are behind this figure walking towards you, and a couple in front of him.
Do we know each other are in this? Or do each of us just see another figure and have no idea that it's one another?
You know each other. You're essentially like seeing each other here.
Oh, it's us actually here.
No, not you all, but you're the POVs that you're seeing from, you see resemblance and like this is a friend of the other person.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
can we move it all in the POV, or is it fixed?
It is fixed to whatever this dream you're looking through is seeing here.
Okay.
You're essentially seeing through two other figures, and all of their friends have been slaughtered by this figure walking towards you.
Great.
You two are the last standing. Your friends came upon this journey with you. They had all fallen. Your closest, the one that was the most upbeat, was the first to go, and with it the hope of success of getting out of here. You see a clawed hand reach out from a cloak from the hand that's not carrying the sword. And walks up. You two can hardly even move at this point. Shoro, the figure, walks up and just grabs you by the head and pulls you away as Rokita, your POV, kind of like reaches out, trying, but you can see as you reach out, one of your arms is cut at the elbow, just completely off, and just cannot reach for it. As you're looking at what Shoro's POV would be, Rokita, you see that Shoro is without his lower jaw. Blood is slowly pouring out. You know that if he had it, he could speak, he could cast, he could breathe, and do something to transport you out of here. And sure, you would give anything to be able to do this, to save both of you right now, or to have been able to do it to save the rest of your friends. But you are helpless and alone. And the man kind of reaches down, and you can see there's a ring that he holds upon his middle finger, and darkness flows out of the ring into Shoro's POV's head and into the eyes. And you can see darkness start taking over the eyes. Want to do anything when you've got no voice, little horn? And kind of like shakes the head back and forth, and you can see as the hair on top of Shoro's POV's head kind of goes, there's one small little like horn atop its head of like almost some sort of descent. You hear this creature taunt this, however. You still attempt to crawl and reach out. Rokida, I'll just refer to you as yourselves, but know that you are not yourselves. Rokida, you attempt to crawl and reach out as you see the man lean down. No one escapes from Erbium. And puts the blade towards Shoro's throat and begins to slice, and you can see bits of spattle of blood come from what is left of like his lips as he tries to speak, and small little cracks of energy escape from his mouth, but it's just not enough. Sure, you feel the darkness creep into your mind with the ring coming down, and you kind of like reach out upon your hand, Shoro. You see one purple ring. And Rokida, as you reach out with your other arm and try to reach, the one arm that's not cut off has a purple ring upon it. You hear feeble words ring out from Shoro's dying lips as his consciousness begins to fade away. As you both grasp each other hardly. He says, I wish. And it fades to black.
Oh! Okay.
As you both attune. As you all wake up the next morning. We find a rainy day.
Probably would have fallen asleep in Jin and Shuro's cart. But as soon as I wake up, I just look over at Shuro and I just start like rubbing my arm from where the dream was, where it was cut off. I'll just wait for him to wake up or see if he has any reaction.
Yeah, Shoro wakes up. Pretty alert. Not the usual kind of like tired grunginess.
Yep.
And I make eye contact with you, Rokida.
Yeah, I'm already awake and looking at you.
Did you As soon as he nods his head, I just lunge forward and I give Rokida a hug.
You see, like, there's a slight hesitation as your arms wrap around, and then he just gives into it and hugs back as hard as he can. What the fuck was that?
I don't know if the second half wasn't bad enough. The first half of my dream wasn't all that great either.
Neither was mine. What did you see?
Well, I'm assuming. Well, I don't know. I had pale hands, similar to yours. And I was in a bedroom. I was shaking really bad. I left the room and went into a bigger room. There was a figure standing there with black armor. And I feel like I was so scared that it felt like I pissed myself. And then it cut away. And then I was in a snow-covered forest with the heaviest fucking pack I've ever carried on my back. Just suffering.
Is this what I'm thinking of, Cody? Is this when my father started the training?
This was not the training. This was much earlier, when you were like a child as punishment.
Okay. Do I remember what I did to receive this punishment, or was it just like a general? This is
It could have been so many things.
okay. I saw a barn dirtied, scraps and leather to eat. I remember coughing up blood, a boot to my chest, and a red cape.
Hello, Cimmeria.
It was a knee.
It was a knee.
Yeah, that is a memory of mine. So I imagine that what I saw was a memory of yours.
Yeah. One
What the fuck was the second half?
I don't know. That is a question in of itself. At the end, what did he say? What did he say? He said no one escapes.
Yeah, I couldn't understand.
I think he said Erbium?
It was something like that.
Huh?
Erbium.
Erbium.
Yeah. Erbium.
Erbium. I don't know what that was. Okay.
All right.
In my knowledge of asterisms and their abilities, do I have any inkling as to what I wish could have meant?
I want you to give me a history and arcana check.
Okay.
Guidance.
Thank you.
Guidance.
If you do Arcana, I can help you.
Okay,
He's doing both.
I'm doing both.
Oh.
17
Can I help him?
arcana check.
I was gonna say, can I help him with the Arcana one?
That's a history.
You said history and arcana.
I did. You just said 17 on arcana.
Oh, 17 on history. My apologies.
Okay.
And then I'll roll the advantage and guidance for arcana. Or no,
Do it on both.
I can do it on both. Say less.
Yeah, I can just read you guidance. I can't give him advantage on history, but I can do it for Arcana.
Okay, 19 for history. Ooh, this is gonna be big. 28 for arcana.
The what I wish could mean 28.
Mm-hmm.
You have read a few. You've done a lot of very diligent studies, despite what your father may call them.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty diligent in terms of at least just trying to absorb information. Recalling this, your history was a 19.
19.
28 arcana. You, from those words, you don't know specifically what asterism, as it's just not knowledge that you would have. That's something that would require very deep research.
Mm-hmm.
But as the second son recreated and essentially acted like a god at will, some of the first sun-touched Kismetan were granted the ability to do the same.
So from my perspective, it's like being given the gift to essentially rewrite whatever you want. Reality, whatever you desire, that's what you can do.
The second son was said to be able, it was said to have rewritten the DNA of the creatures on the planet. It destroyed landscapes, recreated them. It changed literally anything in a complete form of chaos under it. And some of the very first Kismet that were touched by the sun were said to be able to do such things.
Okay. And then just a follow-up question. Looking at Shoro from the vision, from my experience,
Yep.
I don't know if I have to roll again, but did the little horn, did it seem to be Tyrion, Zomedin, Kismetin? Kismetin, but it had the horn.
It did have a small little horn.
Okay. Oh yeah, you said they had the Kismetin markings. You're right. But what does that mean for me? All right.
With your 19 in history, you don't really have anything specific on the figure, but just sounding out the word erbium sounds like it could be archonic in terms of language. It is a far dead language. It would be essentially like learning Latin just so you can like read certain things in terms of studying. And if that is the case, then that could be a word from the divine.
Okay. I'll share all of this with Shoro. So if I have my guess correct or somewhere on point, this could have been, or the memory could have been during the era of apostasies, seeing as erbium was a word from the divine. Second, these beings, or at least one, and I'll look at the rings of the two that we saw, had the power of the first sun-touched Kismetans. The ability to rewrite existence in of itself to their whim, however they decide. How old are these fucking rings? I don't know of an asterism that's powerful enough to do that. At least not anymore. The person with the closest knowledge is back in Equinox.
Arlo Fenris?
And that's a long shot. That's a long shot.
Would this be
See a Calvin epiphany.
You think this would date back to about the same age of the ruins we found? With all the words?
It's possible. I just had another thought. Potentially 2 other people that might have knowledge on this.
Hey, Rokuda,
Yeah.
you remember the words that we found in those ruins?
Somewhat false god, abyss, white gas.
Let me just tell you, some of the ones that come to mind when thinking about this dream we just had, and the things that you just said to me. First, fear, screams, kismet, shadows, false god. Do you think this is connected in any way?
I mean, it could be at least connected from that time. Around
'Cause
the
if-
same age. At least.
If I was seeing through a kismetin, whatever the fuck came out of his ring definitely could be called a shadow. He had a halo on his head. There's your false god.
Or a real god. Divine. That word that he said, a word for the divine. That's all. That's the most knowledge that I have for it.
I will say when he said no one escapes from Erbium. It sounded like he was referring to the scenario. So you could probably either narrow it down to either the location being Erbium or himself. Just with his like gestures and such.
There are two other people that, off the top of my head, could simply maybe be old enough to know what the fuck happened. Asami Navi or Rome Navi, who's older than her.
I don't really think we can go to Rome.
Oh no, that's
Just hit 'em
honestly
up.
it's a death wish, if we're being honest. And I don't see a possibility in our near future of getting an audience with Asami Navi.
Mm-mm.
But
Although, I mean, we'd have to finish up here first. Obviously, we can't go right back to Equinox, but we're in pretty good with Fenris. And he's about as close to her as I can think.
yeah, I'm also just curious. I honestly don't even know if an asterism is capable of that power. It might be.
I'm still trying to
something
figure
else.
out what power you're talking about.
Alright. So at the end of the dream, right? They said, I wish, and then the dream ended, right?
Yep.
In the terms of I wish, take it extremely literally. There is a certain kind of power that when you say I wish, whatever follows happens. Like, say I'm standing at Pale Reach and I can see the curtain from Pale Reach. If I look at the curtain and I wish for it simply not to be there anymore, there's not going to be a mountain range there anymore. Or, in a more dastardly sense, I wish that all beast folk.
Cannon to die.
I wish for all beast folk to die. Within the next 6 seconds, every beast folk on this continent and the world will die. I don't know what the repercussions are for using abilities of that magnitude, or if there are even repercussions. But that's a minor example of the power that spell has, or that ability has. I've heard tales of the Second Son rewriting DNA using abilities like that.
This sounds way above my pay grade.
I think it's above most people's pay grade on this fucking continent.
So,
That's a name. I take out a little piece of paper and I write down Erbium. That's something that can be researched, potentially. I'm also curious about those words that we found, the white gas. I want to know if the lavender was lavender when it first emerged. What if it emerged as white gas and then changed?
you know, I've had a running theory, even before this, that the lavender was caused by they were called sentinels, right? The things that kind of just appeared and killed a whole bunch of cities.
Mm-hmm.
I have a theory that the lavender was caused by them, and that's where they currently could be because nobody's seen them in centuries.
Well, here's the tricky part.
Not
You're
centuries.
mixing- I think you're mixing two things.
It's the tricky part. The Sentinels did appear recently and have been an issue. The Lavender appeared when, after the Kismetans fully wiped out the Divine, they turned their eyes towards the spirits of the world, and upon the spirits' exit from our world, the Lavender was left behind.
Yep. My theory gone.
But here's the thing. People talk
Relevant.
about the lavender having adverse effects on those who travel through it if they're not like Zomedans who can travel through, or one of the other, I can't remember which Concord house, they have mutations.
Mm-hmm.
I think the words that we found might be talking about like the first emergence of the lavender. Because if it was a white gas when it first came out, we know it causes afflictions. That could also be another word, or in addition to ulceration. People probably didn't know what the fuck was going on, so there were screams.
But why? Why would it turn purple?
No, there's a lot not known about the lavender, simply because it's too dangerous to travel. The only person that would be best to ask would be a Zomedan, because they can travel freely in and out of the lavender. But Kismetans have a bit of an issue when it comes to Zomedans. I've never fully understood why, but they do.
Well, it's a damn good thing you got two people here who aren't Kismet.
Also, just so you know, because obviously we're squad, whatever the fuck that was, I would say bonded us a little bit. I don't know about you, it did for me. I have no issue with Zomedans. They're just trying to live their lives. They can't help it that they were born near or in the lavender and adapted to it.
The CIA takes out Rokuda.
I'm gonna be honest, Rokuda. I don't really give a fuck about anybody. Generally speaking. Not including you guys and, the obvious people. I meant, okay, that was a bad way to say it. I mean
you
that,
would
like,
see Rokuda kind of like shift back a little bit after hearing you say that.
I meant, like, Kismetans don't like Beast Folk, and Kismetans don't like Zomedans, and none of that shit really means anything to me. You are you, I am me. Zomedans are Zomedans. People are people.
It's petty and small-minded and incredulous to judge someone entirely based off of their looks and their background.
Some of the things I said on that train to Juliana, most of it was true. All of it was true. I didn't lie about anything I said to her.
Alright.
And I think if me and you can keep the friendship growing, there are things that I have in mind for my future that you might be able to help me with.
Rokuda kind of just looks around in the cart. What's Jin doing right now?
You sleeping?
Make a perception check.
Just staring at us.
Just sleeping?
What the fuck are
Make
you
it.
saying?
Make a perception. Make an insight.
I'll do insight.
Both.
Oh, both. Okay. So
I'll give
first,
you guidance.
well, it's great for that natural 1 on perception, but
Nice.
regular roll for insight is a 5 plus a d4
My man
is
is-
a 8.
My man slumped.
All right. Just looking over at Jin, I'll move across to sit with
Shoro, and I'll look at him. I told you, if you were honest about what happened with Lydia, I would tell you about how I got this. Right?
Yep.
Not gonna tell you about that. I'm gonna tell you about something else. Something that I'll lean in. Could get me in a very large amount of trouble if anyone knows. And I'll cup my hand around his ear and lean in.
Give me a stealth check.
Can I give him advantage?
Sure.
I have. I
Thank
don't have
you.
proficiency in stealth. I don't have proficiency. Sorry. I was thinking of sleight of hand.
6 for stealth.
Cool. Stealthy boy.
I just lean in.
Here's my secret.
I once knew a Zomeden, and she was my friend. Her name was Laerna, and she was taken from me in Pale Reach by someone out for revenge. Before, and I'll lean back, before that, I was the same as every Kismetan, I would say. You know, my father, you saw the memory. If I didn't do something right, punishment came almost instantaneously. You see him, like, his mouth, he, like, closes his mouth and opens it a few times. It seems like it's dry. I wanted to show him that I could be what he wanted me to be. But after that, I couldn't have those thoughts anymore. She died so that I could live.
Is it? Was it the person I think it was that caused this?
No. It was someone else entirely. Yeah, someone else entirely.
All right, you just shared information with me that you've never told anybody else. I suppose the thing to do out of fairness would be to tell you something similar, right? Now I'm gonna look at Jin, and I want to know if he's asleep or if he's I see his little dog ears twitching.
Give me an insight check.
I'm gonna guide myself. You're a sneaky motherfucker, aren't you?
Jesus.
That's 13.
Seems to be slumped.
I'm gonna look at Rokuda.
Are you going back in for like the?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna look him in the eyes. I'm gonna tell you something about my plans for myself. But I want you to know one word about it to anybody else, and I'm pretty sure I could be executed for high treason.
You see just the eyebrow raise over the solid black eye, and then just a nod.
Jin doesn't even know this. And he doesn't know it because he'd be on board with it, and I don't want to drag him in. And now I lean in and do the same thing, cupping my mouth over his ear. I plan on overthrowing the government and making a new system with a lot more freedom for everybody.
Roku just sits there and nods. I think we're gonna get along just well, just phenomenally on this trip.
I feel like these rings were destined for us.
It certainly seems that way. Seems like we're noticing things that we shouldn't. Like, you said you pissed. It seemed like you pissed yourself in your memory. I'm damn near shitting myself right now.
Oh, also out of fairness, I'm assuming the figure I saw in the black armor was your dad.
Yeah. He doesn't
Yeah,
put.
the one that kneed me in the stomach was my dad.
Yeah, usually he doesn't put on the armor. If he does, I did something really bad.
Yeah, I could have breathed and I would have gotten kneed in the stomach. It didn't really matter.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like for me, honestly. I'd just be sitting in my room and hear his magnificent, resonating voice calling me to his throne room. Hands and knees on the fucking ground. But yeah.
I'll make you a deal.
Yep.
We both help each other in regards to keeping up appearances with each other's fathers. Don't let them know anything. But we get a little bit of experience up here, a little bit of strength under our belts. I'll help you stand up to yours if you help me stand up to mine.
Rokuda just turns to you and puts his hand out.
I grab it.
I just give him a firm shake.
You have yourself a deal.
I'm gonna let you know right now, Jin wants to fucking. Jin will help.
I'm not gonna make that same promise for either of my siblings.
Not expected.
I mean, I love Zeres. And I love Syndra. My brother won't stand up to him. And my sister's just not strong enough yet. I want to keep what happened to me from happening to her. Her spirit's too bright. You know what? We're sharing information. Fuck it. And I lean forward and I pull the slight bit of skin above my eye socket where the black eye is. You see how it's all black, right?
Yeah.
I will cast
Mirror image on myself. And as I cast the spell, you'll see almost what seems like a flash of white grayish light from behind the black. And it almost seems to form into designs, an ice fractured pattern surrounding the actual pupil and iris of my eye before the light fades away and it's completely black again. Kismet and markings are a sign of adulthood. That one fucking hurt.
You know, I had a feeling something was up with that when you said that your brother had different color eyes than you, but you both had black eyes.
Yep. The crazy part is, before the markings, my eyes were still dark, like a greyish colour. But now, being as foolish as I was, I've lost one. Can't lose this one.
My lab hasn't been that interesting. I don't have much more to share than I already have, but I
That's
got one
fine.
more thing.
Don't feel like you need to share things if you don't want to.
No, honestly, this is therapeutic. This is shit that I haven't been able to talk with anybody. I'm assuming you know, beast folk can't be asterized.
Yeah, it's common knowledge, but you and your brother are a bit of a peculiar pair.
Yeah. Our mother was apparently Kismet. And we are, for lack of a better term, mixed. And nobody has any fucking clue, at least that we've been told, as to where me and Jen got our abilities. Nobody, our whole life, if we ever asked a question about her to get information, it was usually met with a physical retort and a shut the fuck up. I don't even know what she looked like. I don't know her name. I don't know where she was from. Nothing. But in all the books that I've read, which isn't that many, but I like to think of it as enough, and all the people that I've talked to and come across, I haven't met one person that knows or has seen what I can do before. And I think that's why Fenris was so intrigued when I said that.
I can certainly say, from the time that I did spend in school, it was a lot about general studies, but the main focus of the school in Pale Reach is of asterisms. And I have never read nor seen anything like what you two are capable of. You almost seem to take elements of the asterism and they seem to be almost fused into your blood.
Well, see, that's the funny thing. You almost hit the nail right on the head. I'm going to be honest. Whatever Jin's got going on, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know where Rio came from. Rio just appeared one fucking day when he got real mad. That shit was scary. It's been a nightmare ever since.
You really
That's
don't
Jin's
like him.
business.
You really don't like him.
He's fucking teeth and fur. What is there to like about him? There's no redeeming qualities.
You know, he's just very calming presence. When you saw me when I was in the room after I fucking lost my eye.
Rio calms you.
He comforted me. He like sat on my lap and like was like purring, and I got to pet him. It really kept me out of a bad spot, to be honest. That and multiple things, Jin being one of them, which I'm very grateful for.
To each their own, but that thing's fucking scary. Anyway, I'm still learning about my own shit as I learn about it through researching. But what I'll say is, over the course of the last 9 or so years of my life, I have met figures. Different times, different places, different instances. One of them, the first one, came to me in a frozen forest and almost was playful until I was attacked by one of the local creatures down there. And the damn thing nearly killed me until this figure joined itself with me and saved my life. And ever since that happened, I've had similar abilities to you where I can manipulate frost. Now, a couple years go by. I'm up on a cliff face of the curtain reading some books because they were illegal. And all of a sudden it starts storming. So I get ready to leave, and I notice another figure up on the cliff face watching me. We played tag. We played tag on the face of the cliff. And eventually, the thing liked me so much that it also joined itself to me, and I could manipulate lightning and wind. And the final one so far came when me and Jin were sent off on a mission. Found a waterfall. I saw a figure swim up the waterfall. So I told Jin, I'll be right back. And I jumped in. And, you know, now all of a sudden I can control water. So I think of them as people because I hold respect for them. Because they've all come to me in times of need and done nothing but help me. And when I take on the forms, those featureless veils that come over me, you're seeing about as much of themselves as they can show. And I think that is my asterism.
Okay. DM question.
Okay.
In school, once again, school topic.
Yeah.
Did I read about this? Was there any knowledge, I would guess I would ask, on the spirits before they left?
Oh, I'm gonna ask you to make an. Oh. Give me just a general history check here.
Got it.
Thank
Yeah, buckets.
It's a good
Nice.
roll so far. 22.
Me too. Nice. Not really. There, there's not a ton of spiritual knowledge because it's not really something that's needed to be known in school.
Okay.
You can hardly fit in the curriculum that needs to be known. So when it comes to spirits and stuff like that, not really anything. You do know of House Hava and Ome that both pay homage to spirits. Those are both under the Erebos Council. The prime knowledge on spirits is the Concord.
Okay.
They seem to have a lot of the stored kind of knowledge of such.
So, from what I'm understanding, and also before I go on, did they give you any names when you met them, or have they just been silent?
They've been silent. I have named them, but they never explicitly said a name. I've called them protectors because that's usually when they appear and join themselves to me. They're usually protecting me.
Is what they do.
And it also seems like that they have pairs So, for example, uh,
You said
the
one gave
one,
you lightning and wind. The one where you
yeah,
were waiting on this, you saw the storm approaching.
yeah, that one. Before I continue with that, could you? I found out their their numbers from the book, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Um, I read a book that had some information on some of them, but it seemed like it was missing pages, or there just wasn't all the info.
Wait,
Uh,
you said you found a book specifically on these kinds of like beings, these
no,
protectors?
it was a book about I still have it. It's called Agents of the Forest.
Hmm, that's interesting.
Um,
I don't mean to interrupt, but it sounds like these still could be people, maybe, or it could be something like if they're giving you elements and protection. I know of at least 2 houses within the council that pay homage to the spirits, the beings that originally were here before they left and expunged the lavender. I know it's House Hama and House Ome.
Hava.
Hava and House
Good.
Ome give homage to the spirits. And the best place to find information would probably be where we're going right now, the Concord.
I've heard. I don't remember if it was in that book or if I heard it somewhere else, but I've heard that the Concord would be a good place for me to go to look into this. But I don't know. It's really as I'm sure you can understand, it's tough to approach strangers about this and say, "Hey, I got these invisible people that you can't see living inside me."
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It's hard to talk about a lot of things with Kismetans because a lot of things aren't allowed.
especially when you're a beast folk.
Yeah, especially like that. It's really bad. It's mm, um
The ones that I have, I technically have 4.
mm-hmm.
The first 2 that I met, I named. I haven't pronounced this in so long. I really got to come up with better names for them. The first one is Lewa,
Lewa.
and then the second one I called Tamalua. Now, I don't know what either one of them did on their own necessarily because they kind of bonded with me at the same time, but the 2 of them together granted me the frost abilities. Then the third one I named Malu. That was the one I met in the waterfall, who gave me control over the water.
What was her
And
name?
then Malu.
Malu.
Now that's from the book. That's 1, 2, and 3. And then we skipped, and the one that gave me control over lightning and wind was Tayulia,
Yep.
and that's number 6. Now the book said number 6 pairs with number 10.
Hmm.
So I know there's at least 10 of these people. And I've currently met and partnered with 1, 2, 3, and 6.
Did it seem random when you would meet them?
Mm-mm. I mean,
Like you said,
I guess
for one, you were was it Leiwa that you were attacked and she helped save you, or they helped save you?
that was Lewa and Tamalua.
Tamalua, both of them. All right.
Yep. The only one that I could say would be random would be number 6, Kyulia. Because 1, 2, and 3 were all right before traumatic fights. When I met number 3, it was right before me and Jin almost died fighting bandits. And when I met 1 and 2, it was right before I almost died fighting a wild animal. Number 6 just appeared during a thunderstorm while I was reading a book on a mountain. Nothing dangerous about that. But I will say number 6 felt the most. And I don't know if they're listening, but just in case they are, I will say I don't mean this as an insult, but number 6, Taulia, felt the most human. Or Kism.
The most mortal.
The most mortal. Number 1 and 2 were playful when I met them in the forest, but it seemed very reclusive. Number 3 was kind of just like just there in the water, and when I proved that I had enough strength in me to fight back against the flow of the waterfall, essentially, I earned its respect. They all felt like trials. Number 6 just played tag with me.
I was gonna say, what was the trial for that one?
A game of tag. I proved I could catch it, and that made it happy enough that it granted me ability.
Well, when you think about wind or lightning, it's quick, instantaneous. Maybe that was its trial. Maybe you're right.
That's
the fact
true.
that you could catch it means that you're worthy of its strength or its aid. I'm just trying to think of what the other ones could be. 4, 5,
4, 5,
7,
and then
8, 9, 10.
10. And also, oh yeah, it's daytime, isn't it? That's crazy.
Yeah, we've been talking for a bit.
The door opens. Kind of looks out the curtain. It's Rosary. We'll be at Hankala in about 2 hours or so.
Perfect.
Smacks on the top of the curtain. Just kind of jumps off the back and closes it.
I want to insight check her.
Yeah.
Did she seem like she heard?
Make an insight check.
Did she seem weird? I'm gonna guide myself.
Got it.
Oh.
Oh.
26.
Does not seem like she heard you at all.
Okay.
That's
They're going to open about the government. I have them in my fucking squad. What am I gonna do?
Just gonna kill her.
You know, honestly, her opening the door does make me realize it's the next day. Do you want to, like, stretch your legs a little bit, maybe walk alongside the cart, get some fresh air?
Sure. Now that I'm not, hunkered down by poison, I could use a little bit of a walk.
As we're standing up, just real quick, I'll just grab his hand once more.
Thank you. This may seem not very much, but you and your brother are probably the only people I would consider friends, other than Evelyn and Rosary.
Nice save.
This has meant a lot to me.
Out of the spirit of the conversation, Rokuda, I'll let you know. Me and Jin talked, and we weren't too sure about you. We kind of had a read on Evelyn, but we were nervous about you. But now that we've got you out of Equinox, and we can see the real Rokuda Kurakami, I can say the same. You're a good dude. I think we just need to work on getting that mask off of you when you're in front of higher ups and stuff.
Yeah. It's all about presenting a face when it comes to nobility. I won't lie, there is a mask, but there's a different kind of mask for when I interact with other nobles versus Dad.
Yeah.
It's kind of almost an essential to dealing with nobility. They're always trying to figure out what your motives are, what you're looking towards, what your goals are. It's better to preface an air of anonymity so that they don't know what your next move is.
As we step out of the cart, if it makes you feel any better, I'm still trying to take my own advice, because the only difference between you and me is that my mask comes on when I'm away from my dad. Yours goes on when you face him.
And with that bar,
That's crazy.
you guys walk outside for a little while. If you wish to continue that conversation about any of the forms and stuff like that, feel free to use the Spellboys chart or Spellboys chat.
Yeah, sorry, boys. Didn't mean to.
No.
It just kept rolling.
It was a good chat. If you do continue it, though, feel free to use the chat while you guys are on your own, because you would be the only two. I think almost everybody at this point now has a chat of two. So if you guys ever want to use that and you're chatting like on your own, feel free to.
Phenomenal.
With me.
As soon as they get out.
Also, just so you guys know, I am down the second level slot because we rested and then I used it. Just to keep track of everything.
Gotcha.
As soon as they get out, I pretty much get up. And I
Son of a bitch.
look at Rio. And I say, "It's a lot of information I just got.
Yeah, it is.
Some a lot more disturbing than others. But a lot I can use against some of these fuckers. If I need to.
Rio just purrs and lays on your lap.
Keep an eye on Rokuda.
Darts out the window.
Through the glass.
Dunk. Slide it open.
I was like, sit there.
Could you hear? Behind you, just. No! Get away!
And I'll sit there and kind of just think to myself for a bit.
Yeah. Evelyn, you doing anything at all? No? Five?
Not really.
Cool. The geysers do, start to slow down a little bit as we get up towards the fields, and we see in the distance Castle Hankala, the looming fortress and city that surrounds it.
Whoa!
That is beautiful.
That is awesome.
The carts ride up. You'll towards the front gates. They're kind of like held. See a hand go up from an Erebos guard, just kind of like a basic guard. Not Erebos guard, actually. Probably what would be here would be. There's so many maps.
So many maps.
Yeah, it's an augury.
Oh god, oh fuck.
The wrong place, the wrong fucking time.
Fight back!
Fight back!
Let's just. Rio chewing on an ankle.
Yeah. Here would actually probably be. Probably be Asphodel guards. This is close within the proximity of rain here. Alright, so from what I understand, we're gonna be here, everyone. She kind of gathers you all up.
I'll get out.
We're just gonna stay here for a night. We're gonna get some actual bed rest. We're gonna resupply. We've got one more squad that we're going to meet with here and head to Dolishmik. Everyone understand?
Understood, Captain.
Aye,
Roger,
aye.
Roger.
Aye. Stock up on any food that we'll need. We'll have a bit more when we get to Dolishmik, but Dolishmik will be even shorter a stop than this. Ideally, unless the Concord wants to talk to us a bit. Or we get a difference of update.
All right.
We're gonna stay here just for the night.
I'll go about gathering us some food for the road.
Wonderful. For sake of this, we go through our time here at Tankala. We are brought into the main fortress, and you all meet the third squad that we were traveling with, as Squad Vrixior also comes up. Hey Shoro, how's your trip been? As Lydia kind of like bounces into the room.
It's been really eventful.
Aye?
I almost killed myself with poison,
At the boy.
but I'm still standing.
Yeah, yeah.
Me and Roku got these cool rings.
Oh, those are pretty. And she kind of like
Here.
just grabs your hand and like yanks it towards her to look at it. Nice.
They're married now.
Yeah, that's what the salesman said.
They found a salesman in the geyser fields?
No. He was,
Okay.
Roku, what were they called?
I don't want to say.
Rocket looks at her. Aro Arsenal Makan.
I don't want to pronounce the name wrong, but I'm probably going to. Sivatagor?
Sveidegar?
Yes.
Never met one.
They're pretty cool. I learned a few of the words. And they said the next time we see them, we get a sale when we trade with them again.
Freaky.
I got this bad, Larry. I'll take out the charge
Bad
blade.
Larry.
Bad laddie.
Choice of words.
It's a saying from Draythel. You guys wouldn't get it.
I never met
I
a good
certainly
Larry in my
don't.
life.
I've never met a good Larry.
Yeah, all the
Hey,
Larrys
Larry.
in Draythel are bad.
Larry's kill
Alright.
him on sight. Got it.
Never met a laddie.
You don't wanna.
It's a southern name.
Right?
It's like Gin and
Severo,
Shoro, you know.
Severo walks in.
Sounds so similar. You can almost say exactly the same.
Sanem and Orican also walk in, talking to one another. It's Eastman.
I'll look at. Is the Vasian is still there, right? Well, he's not
Yep.
Vasian. but-
Orican.
Yeah.
Yeah, Orican Vasu. It's not
So
taking
what
the
are we
name.
like? Cousins or something?
I'm sorry.
Well, now I'm related to Amelia Vasia, and you used to be a Vasia. So what are we like?
Used to be.
Cousins?
Step cousins once removed.
That's a complicated tree right there.
Cousin-in-law, I guess, by second cousin-in-law.
Well.
Once it starts getting to like second, third cousins,
Oh.
like removed.
He kind of like nods his head and
Oh,
Weird.
glad to have you on my side.
yeah, I'm gonna stretch my legs while I'm here, and it's good to be away from home. I've come up through this area a couple times to see my wife, but Dolzmik is beautiful.
You have you been to Dolzmik multiple times or just once?
I've been through Dolzmik. I have to go to Novosel to get to where House Morningstar rules. Dolzmik is overseen by House Zomida.
If you could describe Dolzmik in one word, what would it be?
Hmm. Scientific.
It's a good word. I'll write that down. Actually,
They're just under a cliff face that if you, walk a couple, say 250 miles or so east, you can get to a cliff face that touches the lavender.
really?
I mean, you get far enough into the east, Dulzmik goes right up against the cliffs. It's a bit of it goes up, across, and then goes down. There's many minor settlements and such, but I mean, once you get that far into the east, they're mainly just research stations, headed by Axelan and Zomida.
Interesting.
You have to go up to Korvich and Novosel, but
Is it?
my wife will.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but is it possible to see the lavender from the city, or is it too far away?
As I said, scientific. There's some tall towers with these. How the astronomers of the garden use. They have larger telescopes that, if you look through, you can see it. It's quite a spectacle. I've never seen it in person, but I've seen through the scope, and it's a bit chilling, I might add.
Definitely want to experience that.
Yes, I'm sure my wife should be there to meet me before I head up, so I'm sure she could get us access in if you would like to see it.
I won't speak for the rest of my group, but I certainly would be.
I mean, you
I
can
think
do
Calvin
whatever
said
you
yeah,
want.
but he's muted.
They're a quiet lot.
Sorry, that was two different things.
No, you're good. I don't. Oh, you said yet or not? Yeah, I gotcha. You do see another figure enter the room as our next squad comes in
Let's go!
and fills the room.
Ben versus Asphodel.
Fenris Asphodel, Valus Karakan,
Asami Nami.
Salmi Navi, and Lilith Jessamine.
Just the council. It's just the council.
They want the people to
Squad
die immediately.
death.
Not Death Squad, Squad Death.
Squad death, yeah.
They don't want anyone else's help. They want this over with.
Rosary, for the sake of this and me putting in the names as I put them in so I don't have to edit them, will kind of fill you in as they do come in here. As we see first coming in a very pale-skinned figure with horns going back that are tipped in gold, yellow eyes, and very just sharp pointed ears, very sharp features overall of Captain Eldon Ward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have Asani Hava.
Mm-hmm. Got a running theme of glowing eyes so far.
It strangely continues. Modi Vesera.
Yeah. So this team must be called Glowing Eye Team.
Team Lumos.
Rashid Jahira.
Oh, he's pretty dope looking.
And Selena Diamond. As they waltz into the room, you can see Eldon goes up towards Ismail, and Rosary walks off with them, and he passes away. Good eatings.
That was Eldon.
Yeah.
I'll give him a salute.
I'll just sidle on over to Shoro and nodding towards what's his first name? Asani.
Yep.
That's one of the House Hava that I mentioned before.
Interesting.
Do you have a question, David?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah. So we have He's all running down the track here as they kind of like step off to the side. You can see Rashid, a shorter fellow, about the size of Rokida, walks up and kind of introduces themselves. Rashid Jahira. Kind of like nods, does like a short little bow towards you all. Be traveling with you, I understand.
It would seem so. Rokuda Kudaokami.
Aye, it's a pleasure, Evelyn Jessamine.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, it's Jim Vermore.
Joro Amore.
I've heard of all of your houses.
Sorry.
Also specifics, I suppose, with any one way or another. Well, some it's hard to get around the exploits of, and avoids side-eyeing Rokuda.
Yup.
Wanted to just introduce myself, so waste less of your time.
He's don't take offense. I'm real happy to meet everybody new. But just out of personal curiosity, is Asani, is he friendly?
He's a bit tougher going. He's a bit more practical. I've only known him for, a month or so. But he's, I've dealt with some hovens before, and he's not the nicest one. He's not the biggest dickhead.
All right.
That's all he needs to know.
But, they're a mixed group, honestly. You get some of them and their parents were warlords, and you get some of them and their parents practiced the reef out in the forests. So you're really flipping a coin.
And I'll look over back to Rokuda, and you said his house is one of the ones that was like real interested in the spirits.
Or at least has a focus on them.
Well, it was a pleasure to meet you. But if you'll excuse me, I want to go see if I can make an introduction.
There's his hand on the way. You can see he has scimitars at his waist.
The one that was just introduced.
Rashid, yeah.
I don't know nothing about a blade, or I'd comment on
Nothing about a blade, or I'd come on it.
him. Okay.
Wait, you said Rashid or Modi was the one that came up to us?
Rashid.
Rashid came up.
Rashid was the one that came up to us.
Yep.
And
This sounds similar. I can understand the
he's
confusion.
he's the one that avoided the side eye with me.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I'll probably walk off from this point to go start gathering our supplies.
Okay.
I'll go with them.
Cool.
I'm going over to Asani.
Yeah, you walk up to Asani. He looks to be talking to Selena. You get up to Selena, and a closer inspection, you can see like very enchanting pink eyes.
Oh boy. I have
Um,
my soul charmed, don't I?
Just all over again.
It's over. You see, Asani though does have Kismetan tattoos that look to be almost like lines of white coming down from his eyes, like almost kind of like digital lines, kind of style.
Have we ever seen any other Kismetan with colored Kismetan marking?
No, you get the hint that it's just because of his darker skin tone.
Makes sense. Yeah. Logical. But I'll walk up And uh, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt.
What is it?
Uh, Mister, uh, would you like me to call you Mister Hava or first name basis?
The name's Asane.
Mr. Asani, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a little bit about your house, and I was hoping I could make your acquaintance. My name's Shoro Vamore.
More, aren't you? You were with the Ogre.
Yeah, with the marriage between my father and the Vossian house, we're swapping sides.
I haven't been back to Equinox, so I guess they made some different rules.
Yeah, it's chaos back there. Uh, listen, do you mind if I steal your ear real quick in private?
John, be back, Demon. Seems like, go right ahead. Just kind of like waltzes off.
Once I have
Walks with
him,
you.
yeah, once I have him just a little bit away from everybody in the same room, but just like kind of
Crisis
away.
dagger.
Summons a bunch.
I've heard that your house is I guess the best word is intrigued by the spirits of old.
Yeah, it depends on what branch you're talking about.
Well, I haven't heard about different branches and stuff. I'm still new to all this nobility and stuff like that. So if I say something offensive, please disregard it as a lower form of ignorance and not disrespect.
Okay.
I just, hearing that House Hava could be interested in or may have knowledge on the spirits of old, I wanted to make your acquaintance and see if maybe you were one of those people.
I mean, I know a bit about the spirits, but you're gonna want somebody more of the Theox branch.
They
I
asked, right?
I can give a bit. They're the ones who are the nomadic branch in the Biltad Wilds.
All right.
But I can answer some, base questions.
Yeah. Actually, I have.
What I
Here,
can.
let me just get this, and I'll pull out the book out of my backpack and open up to the images and the descriptions of 1, 2, 3, and 6.
Okay.
Um, reading through the descriptions of these beings and seeing them and stuff like that. What do you make of this?
I mean, it sounds like our spirits would, appear to operate to themselves, but that one, and he points at the wind one. It sounds like maybe it could be some kind of similar to Emor.
Similar to what?
Emor is the wind spirit that the Theax branch will pray to sometimes for the asterism.
Could you spell that for me?
Immor.
All right. That's very helpful.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the people believe that they can become closer to the spirits if they pray to them and such. It's big outlawed, at least on the Augury side, right? But it's even shunned upon when it comes to the Erebos Council. But you can't catch nomads half the time, and it's not worth the Erebos Council's men.
What's your opinion on it?
On what part of it?
Well, do you think that faith in them should be allowed, or are you more with the Erebos Council side of it? No judgment either way. It's just morbid curiosity.
I mean, to tell you the truth, I wasn't raised around the spirits for the most part, but I think they can be a bit dangerous. I don't know if it should be outlawed, but it should probably be restrained. If we can pray to the Theax branch says that they can pray to Emor and the moon spirits and that, and they can increase themselves, they can increase the asterism, and they can increase their physicality, even on some occasion. Imagine a brightly asterized Haven, a Theaxan with, gonna pray to the spirits for 20 hours a day. Those 4 hours of the day, they could make a hurricane over a city.
Yeah, that sounds dangerous.
What if the Kurakome figures out they can pray to an ass spirit, and all of a sudden, warlords are back, and they can freeze over a city with a snap of their fingers.
Right. Have you ever heard of Imor or any of the other spirits? Have you ever heard of them intertwining themselves with a person? Like,
It's some
almost
thoughts
like
of
a
what happens whenever
bond?
you pray to them and the energy increases. I mean, it's some theories that that's what happens, but I mean, I've heard tales, I haven't seen anything, no.
Hypothetically speaking, if you were to meet somebody who claimed and could prove some kind of connection, how would you react?
Make a deception check. If you're
I'm not
Theoretically, if
gonna-
I had a gun, how would you react?
I'm not gonna guide myself because I don't want them to see me using magic on it.
Sorry, I had to slap myself.
Oh, 19. Well, plus one.
I mean, I guess it depends on who they were. If it was somebody that I knew, I'd probably ask them how the hell they did it. If it was a stranger, I'd probably walk away. That's a bit incriminating in some circles, you know.
Is it?
I mean, if worship to the spirits is outlawed, I imagine having one in your body might be outlawed as well.
Yeah, that's fair. I can see how that might be problematic. I'm just, I'm only asking because ever since moving up here from the curtain into Equinox, I've suddenly found myself learning more and more about them, just offhandedly. So here in that House Hava is kind of like the place to go for info on them. I just thought I'd strike at the chance to learn.
Yeah, that's fair. I know Oma's a conglomerate. They can go each way, one or another. But yeah, try the Theax branch if you ever get around the Baytide Wilds.
The Theax branch and the Baytide Wilds?
The Baytide Wilds.
Yep.
Not the Baytide, the Baytide Wilds.
Bear Tide?
Baytide Wilds.
Feel like we're saying
What you
the same
ring, like what you ring. You ring a bell.
Bell Tide. Alright. Gotcha. Bell Tide.
I'm not gonna lie,
Wow.
I had no idea what you were saying. I was like,
no
He
clue.
was saying beta.
the beta
Fucking
tides.
beta.
I thought you were saying bear. I didn't.
I'm tasked
Bell
with
Tide Wild.
getting some of our supplies though, so I'm gonna go start grabbing some fucking bread and shit that won't fall apart in the ice.
Oh yeah, I won't. I don't know what that meant, but I won't keep it. Thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it.
You won't keep it. What do you mean by that?
Huh?
Alright.
I don't know what the fuck that means, but okay.
Okay.
Oh fuck, he left. I look around and I'm like, oh, I gotta tell Roka to. Where the fuck did Roka to go? I just go sit with Evelyn. Kind of like rock back and forth in a chair.
You make a friend.
Yeah,
Sure.
his name's Asani. He's from House Hava.
Is that all you know about him?
About him? Yeah, pretty much.
So you didn't make a friend?
I learned a little bit about his house.
That's
he's a
good.
house of man.
House of Vale.
Whoa!
Hey, just out of curiosity, Evelyn, would you happen to know? Oh, wait, where's Rosary?
Dead.
Rosaries was
That's
the
just
other
talking.
captains.
Oh, all right. Hey, Evelyn, would you happen to know if we have to cross through the Beltide Wilds to get
No,
to where we're going?
that does not sound like it would be anywhere close to this hell.
Right.
No, totally.
Do you have any idea where they might be?
Can I do a check, Cody?
Yeah, give me survival or history.
I'll guide you.
Let me check. Let me check. I don't think Andraste can help me with these.
Use that serpentine knowledge.
I will
Andraste's
use it
never
till I
been there.
fucking die, man. 16
16 with guidance.
with guidance.
Yeah, they are southwest of Glaz.
The sniper from Rainbow Six. Oh, I pulled the map. There we go. That
Grad, if you're talking.
Where that water is on the map.
that would be to the west equinox.
So the other side of Equinox.
Yeah, about the other side of where we're going.
All right.
All right.
For sure.
No, totally.
Put
That's
that
exactly
on the
what he
back
said.
burner. For sure, for sure.
It's actually
Why you
so
want to go on a
cool.
field trip?
Yeah, I've got to go talk to the Thayax branch in the Beltide Wilds.
What the fuck is a sax?
Talk to a thorax.
Bite my thorax.
Huh? What did you say?
Bonk the mic!
You see Rosary come back.
Hey, Rosary.
What do you want?
I was just saying hi.
I don't believe you.
That's fair.
He wants
Hey,
to go on
on
a
the
field
way
trip.
back,
Yep, that it is.
on the way
Hi.
back from up here,
Mm-hmm.
I think we can make a pit stop. It's not that far out of the way.
Where at, Shoro?
I have to go to the Beltide Wilds that are near Glaz.
Stop. I'm gonna stop you there. You have to.
Yes.
You've got to go.
You have a
Yeah.
The Beltide Wilds, we're gonna have to redefine on the way what that means. That not a pit stop.
Oh my
Yeah, I know we
God.
have to go like past Equinox to get there, but you know,
Got to
you
go
know,
past fucking House Sargonia's territory. We've got to
Sure,
go into
do
the
you even
fucking
have
forest.
money?
I got money.
You have money. How
Well, I
much
need
money?
money.
As your captain, I say no.
Like, how are you going to argue the military expense of sending us there without buying a carriage yourself?
I got 350 gold. I'll buy a carriage.
Wow. We're gonna stay here tonight. Get your sleep immediately. We'll probably be.
I'm not that tired.
You almost
Don't
died.
Go to bed.
Uh,
Go to bed.
you're all gonna go to bed, and then we're going to head to Dolshamik first thing, probably just after midnight.
Ooh, night travel.
Aye.
Voice of Rokuda. I voice of Rokuda.
Rogan not there.
Yeah, I'm still gathering supplies.
Sure, Evamore, am I understood?
I haven't had a bedtime in
He's just
I don't know how
pouting.
long. That's crazy.
He's not getting his pit stop, so he's
Yeah,
pouting.
he's sitting like this on the table.
Rosary leaves the room.
So why exactly do you need to go all the way across? Basically half the preeminence.
Well, apparently they know a lot about the spirits of old down there.
That doesn't answer any of my
Crazy
questions.
statement.
Actually, it leaves me with more.
Just a nut statement to just drop right there.
With no context.
I'm a man of interest or a man of information, and they have information that I want.
They have information that you want. So you want information on spirits. That's how you lead an answer. That's
not on any spirits.
not on any spirits. Okay, so we're
These
getting somewhere.
spirits.
These spirits.
Yeah. These spirits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Across
So
the
You know,
Yes.
like the ones that were chased out. Or something like that.
Sure.
Okay. Sounds right.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Something about the Kismet, I think.
Yup.
What about the kid? Yeah.
Hey,
You
me
should-
and Rokita had some good bonding.
There's like there's an
another
inch of
interesting start to
concern.
that sentence.
Such an inch of concern. This doesn't have anything to do with the prior conversation, right? I don't want to
Actually,
know.
yeah, it does.
It does. Okay.
Well, he
So-
told me where to get info on the spirits.
I can
Okay,
feel
so
the
we
chat.
kinda
I can
bonded.
feel the charges against me piling up as we speak.
We're not worshiping them. We just want to know more about them. What if they created the lavender?
We. What if they just drops heresy in the middle of a fucking fort?
Tomato.
just drops treason right in the middle of the fucking fort, right against belief. I don't want to know more. What if I blew up Equinox? What if I had the loaded gun, huh? What if I had it? It's
what if
not.
I
How would
moved
you
the
react?
What if I moved the lavender? To
What if I was Rome
Equinox?
Navi? How would you react to that question? that you know,
Crazy.
here, just hands a little Drost. You can talk to him about spirits. He'll listen to you.
I don't want this, and I put him down on the table.
He'll find you.
He just wiggles into a hole,
Into what hole?
like a little like knot on a table, like the little like a little hole, and he just
Gotcha.
right to the bottom, right to the
Big
floor.
knot.
He just drops down the
Say it's a big knot. It's baby Drosta.
Maybe Drost, little Drost.
That makes more sense.
The mini boy.
You should just
Not-
through the
not
whole
an
7 foot
8 foot tall
snake.
snake.
The 7
Go.
foot tall serpent. just
At
pulled down.
Churro.
Well, you have fun with your little worm. I'm gonna go.
Worm.
Brr,
worm.
Really?
It's a worm
Slado.
spirits, boy.
From behind him, just Rosary standing there.
I didn't realize what I said until I said it. Have fun with your little worm.
who up playing with they worm?
You have fun. I'm gonna go find Rokita.
I think he's probably gonna come back soon. He's been gone quite a while.
Has he?
Just so
15
weak,
minutes.
It takes me like 5
Literally
trips to
4
get all the
hours.
supplies.
All right. Well, I'll wait for him at the door.
What would the rest of you like to do for your afternoon in Castle Hankala in this fort city?
I'm just kind of following him right now.
Yeah.
To,
Are you helping me carry anything, or is it just me?
I mean, if you have a lot of stuff, I'll help you carry shit.
I'm
Rio
just
carries
asking.
bags in each of his teeth.
That's
In his
horrifying.
mouths.
An effective pack.
I'll make
mule.
Rio carry a lot if I can.
Yeah, he dies eventually.
Just drops. Just
Gotta build up your strength, buddy.
Everyone on the street is like, he just killed his dog.
Yeah, if all of his mouths are closed, he just kind of looks like an arrow of fur.
Yeah, I kind of imagine like a walking bush.
Yeah, he's a very sharp, a very aerodynamic walking bush.
just with all these bags hanging off of him now.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys get the food and everything paid for by Rosary Card Incorporated.
Let's go.
To the cart. Shora is sleeping in the cart. And
What?
He's
I
by
said
the
you
door.
were-
He's he's waiting. He's,
Yeah, that's
he's
what I was waiting for.
I know
Rokita.
you were just like this.
Oh yeah.
I was like Shora's sleeping in the cart.
I fell asleep in the doorway, just sitting there.
You eventually make your way back up to the fort itself and find Shora. sleeping in the doorway.
You want to see something funny?
Go for it.
Can I send a non-damaging mind spike just to give him like a brain freeze? Just a churro.
Just prestidigitation cold in his ear.
Either one.
Yeah, you don't gotta inject my brain
Mind
with a
spike?
needle.
Or
Yeah,
mind sliver.
non-damaging.
Mind sliver.
Mind spike.
Mind sliver. But I'll do
Oh, sorry, I'd like
prestidigitation,
to
just
cut
like
your brain.
just this little clip or little wisp of white smoke will come over and just like at the very tip of the ear. Just
Yeah, you feel a cold tail wagging up against your ear. Rio.
Oh yeah, I definitely feel it.
definitely feel it.
That was a 25 perception check. Laying there in the doorway with his arms crossed, he's up against the door frame. Oh, fuck off, Rio. Goes back to sleep.
I mean,
I go up to him and give him a wet willy.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, that's Jin, and he gets up.
I was gonna see if I could make him sneeze, but all right.
I'm immune to sneezing. Hey,
I'm mucus sneezing.
Rokita,
Hmm.
I got some info.
Oh, really?
Evelyn didn't really seem happy about it.
Yeah, it's not a favourable topic.
Yeah. We gotta go to we gotta go to the Deltide Wilds near Glass.
Now I know where that is.
Across the fucking preeminence.
Yeah, I asked Rosary if we could make a pit stop on the way back from our excavation up here.
I'm sure that went very
she
well.
said, yeah, she said no.
Yup.
But you know, one thing I learned from my childhood is a no is just a yes that hasn't really formed yet.
That's that's a crazy take, bro.
That's insane.
I grew up the
Chaotic
same way.
I've never heard it phrased that way before.
Yeah. So I figure, you know, if I ask her again towards the end, she might have a different answer.
You know what? I have a great idea. Maybe if you read her fortune, her answer will change.
Or I could rig the fortune and make her think that she's got to go to Glass.
Also viable. Also very viable.
I'm gonna sleep on that. I think I can make that happen.
Great.
Does the
Why
cards
are
have
you
like
still all out here?
Everyone in a nightgown getting food. Just
does the cards have like places to put this luggage, or is it like do I have to put it on the top and stuff?
It's Evelyn
it's
in
either
an
hanging from the bottom or under the benches.
It's Evelyn in a nightgown with Big Andraste with the
Yeah, just the
curled
giant
around,
wrapped up
just
snake.
curled around.
With like
I'll put all the
a hot
away.
chocolate. Just
Yeah.
Why are you guys still out here?
Oh,
They just got back with the groceries.
Yeah, I just got back with
that's
all
the
of our food.
supplies. Good job.
you want me to take a long rest?
Let's go.
As Evelyn
Before I
collapses
do,
into Big Andraste. I love the idea that Andraste just coils around her in this nightgown form. If this was like a fighting game, that would definitely be an Evelyn costume.
Oh yeah.
before I do go to bed, I will resummon Rio as the cold version.
Ice Rio.
Ice.
Oh, Cody, is
Why did he rev an engine?
are those items on
He ate a
D&D
car.
Beyond?
No.
Okay.
You have
Wait,
to
what
wait a
items?
week.
You talking about the ring?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
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 Me when I'm stupid.
Cool.
Me when I'm
AJ.
Excellent. We sleep.
yep.
Please.
We get up the next morning. We actually head out in a closer set kind of caravan, but still decently, away. But about 10 minutes from each other now. Of your all's group, Vrixior, and then what you know now as Squad Elher.
We in the back or the front?
you guys, Brixir, and then Squad Etler.
Yeah, I didn't know if you named us first because we were going first.
Yep, I said in order of that. And then, yeah, Elher taking up the rear.
For Lydia to say that they didn't see those traders, they would have had to pack up and leave pretty quickly after we left,
She
right?
was like an hour behind us.
No, they were further behind after during the first travel.
Okay. I was gonna say because if they were only an hour behind, that would give them less than an hour to pack up and leave.
Also, you guys were taking a lot of like winding routes. You had the same location, but you may have not taken the exact same route around the geysers and such.
That makes sense.
Fair enough.
And also, you guys went off path because Rosary saw the smoke.
True.
Bars.
So, thank you.
Stupid.
So, for context here, because we don't have a calendar and we're really just going through kind of like more important days, the total journey of the trip to Dulschmick is almost 2 months.
Oh, wow. Okay. I get to change my spells again.
Twice.
That's from Equinox.
Oh,
No.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was from this castle to Dulschmick was 2 months.
No, this castle to Dulschmick is about another month, though. A little bit less, actually.
I get to change my spells again.
Just for the what's the word I'm looking for?
Simplicity?
For the simplicity of the majority of the month trip, I will say for you, Cody, that during that month, Shoro will practice the method of casting that we talked about pre-campaign,
Mhm.
and begin to utilize that as
Cool.
opposed to his normal stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, you all go through these kind of like melted, grassy, kind of snow-filled areas. The grass isn't melting. The melted snow kind of grass areas. And go across these plains to Doljavik. It's pretty empty through like these next couple areas. It's plains with not a lot of cover. There's not a lot of, you may see like a pack of horses run by during some days. Come across like a cart going the other way that may be selling some food that you guys can pick up on. Pass by a lake in which you all can bathe in and, throw water at each other, and Shoro can drown everyone with his water abilities.
Okay.
Yep, no, totally.
And do bits of training within the meantime. All fun stuff.
All right, I'm gonna get rid
Shoro.
of that.
Howdy.
You'll notice that
Hallelujah.
during this month that Jin's a little bit more distant than he usually is from you.
I kill him.
Dead.
It's the
Kill
only
him
way to
dead.
kill Rio. So he has to go.
Like, he won't upright and avoid you, or if you talk to him, he won't just ignore you, but,
I'm not gonna sit as close as normal kind of shit.
like, you'll notice that there's a difference.
Okay.
Because, we're related, and we've been together for such a long time.
Just a little bit.
Sorokuda. Shuro said you and him bonded. What does that mean?
I mean, that's a very interesting way of starting that sentence, but
No, that's how it started. That's how he gave it to me. So
yeah, it's. I don't know why he said that.
I'm repeating it to you out of kindness. Honesty is an important policy.
And that's what I respect so much about you, Evelyn, is that you're
course,
just so
of course.
forthright and honest.
Jezame never lies.
Have you met your siblings?
Yes, and they never lie.
All right, we'll have that discussion another time.
All right.
Yeah, those rings that we got from the traders, they seem to have like an ability between them to where I can almost like use his abilities, and it seems like he can call on mine as well. It's a bit strange. I don't fully understand it, what it's capable of, but I mean, it seems pretty powerful.
Sounds pretty powerful.
For example, one night where are we right now? Are we still in the cart? Are we just riding?
I would assume it would just be happening while we're in the cart.
Okay.
We have so much time to shitpost.
Looking out into the darkness, I will
Ominous bastard.
bring my hand together, and as I open it, there will be like a little powder or pile of fresh snow, and I'll walk up to the window and out into the air, and I will use a charge on the ring to cast fairy fire into the area around us as we're riding by. And you'll just see the ice and snow slowly falling in like this square-shaped area, and anything it sees is coated in the snow and outlined very nicely.
You know, Rokuda, to be honest, I wouldn't have known if you could have done that before or not.
I mean,
You do see everyone from Shora's ring, one of the red jewels on it go to Rokuda's and dissipate as it forms into the spell.
I can tell you right now, I was not able to do that before putting this ring on.
Well, that's helpful.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I lied.
you're pretty smart. I have a question.
Sure.
The ring, when we put it on,
It's not cursed, is it? You're not gonna like die together now. Huh?
I don't think so, but we did have the same dream. It was weird.
I'm gonna look him right in the eyes.
I can imagine that Rosary somewhere just hears this innately and goes,
She just hits a twinge.
I would train with Rosary as much as I can throughout this trip.
Yeah, dope. She's a hell of a training partner, even without Salato.
Well, that is.
I would leave Rio out of it. Rio's a god. I don't need to train him.
It was weird.
Sure.
I suppose it's not.
Can't fix
But a
it.
little concerned.
Yeah, it almost seemed like we were looking at something that happened. It wasn't like it was some dream where it was fake, and you know when you wake up from a dream you know it's not real. That felt very real, and it kind of seemed like it was during the time when the Divine was still here, or something of that sort of power.
How have you worked out that from you two having a dream together? There's a leap in logic here. You're just not giving me.
There was a name that was said in the dream. Erbium. And whether it was in one of the really old books from the Lighthold Academy or something that I had read a long time ago, that name seems to be based in a very old language.
Could I just do a YOLO check on the name, Cody?
Paste. Yeah, what are you comparing it to as Evelyn? Like when you hear the name, what are you?
Anything I've heard from the astrologers, that type of stuff. That would be the basis of most of Evelyn's knowledge. That and stuff I would get through Andraste. So
What a history.
history. Okay, I'm gonna use
History.
guidance and enhance ability, so I get advantage.
Dub.
Big dubs.
History. Boop. Big rolls. Oh my god, that is big rolls.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. 25.
Hey.
25, huh?
Nothing better than a natural 1 and a natural 19.
Oh wow. That meets DC. I zoned out for a second. Did not quite
Process that.
yeah.
We've been rolling some pretty good rolls for history.
Erbium. You've done your your history research. Um, there are names of certain divine that are known. Think of Erbium. It's the name of a divine. And you think under the golden sect of divine, of Erbium the Golden Insanity.
What a nice title.
No, that has to be
It
his
is-
name.
It is essentially an adjacent, not as if they, were best buds or so. It's hard to tell how exactly this worked, but there are multiple divine with the title of Golden, it seems.
Yeah, that makes
Um,
sense. Because we had the golden piece.
Of Esselis the Golden Piece, yeah, is where this study kind of comes off of.
With that, I will ask the extra tidbit. Would I know, because some of the divine, we know where some of the divines died, basically, like the area where they died.
Mm-hmm.
Would I know that one?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay.
The Golden is a it's literally only theorized to even be like a faction or an order or whatever.
Yeah,
the
like
hell
a
it is.
theoretical team.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, well, a lot of these had, like, some had their titles were the divine of,
Mhm.
or their title was something of something, like that kind of deal. So they've been grouped in terms of that a lot of the time. If we know region of where they've died, then they're also grouped upon that.
Okay. Well, I can confirm for you. At least it's a divine.
So it is a divine. We thought that it was, but we didn't know for certain. It was strange. It was like we both were looking through two different people's eyes, and one was getting dragged away. And this is what I actually wanted to talk to you about. You found the words on the totem pole thing.
Aye.
In the vision, he seemed to have this ring that radiated darkness. And from what I could see, the person that I was seeing through had lost their arm. And the person that I saw as Shoro, or whoever this person was looking at, was missing their jaw. And as he was cutting the throat, this being said, "No one escapes Erbium." And I felt myself like crawling forward to try and get to him. And as our hands came together, I saw the ring on my hand and the ring on his or theirs. The words were said, "I wish," and then the dreams ended. Now, if this is what I think it is, this vision or dream that we had happened during the era of apostasies. And these rings are much, much older and more powerful than I originally thought.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit concerned if you keep having dreams like that, then.
I am. I'm very worried.
Have you only had the one?
It's only since we focused on the items and made themselves useful to us for the first time.
Did you see any symbolage, anything about the area that you were in?
No, we were surrounded by corpses. They all seemed to be fresh, bloody. The one that either called themselves or were a part of Erbium, they had a golden halo around their head. They were wielding a burning sword, and when they reached out to cut their throat, they had a third hand. And I thought you said the third hand was the one that, other than the one that was wielding the flaming sword, Cody.
It was a clawed hand.
Clawed hand. I thought it was third hand. Clawed
No,
hand.
third hand was the one from Jin's dream that.
I
slammed
see.
up.
Okay. So, sorry, not third hand. Clawed hand. And it seemed like the ring that he had, the darkness, it was like corrupting the other figure I could see. Their eyes were turning black and like cracks of energy were going across their skin. And the only reason that I think this might have a connection to the totem pole is because with some of the words, let me, if I can remember them correctly, fear, shadows. One of the figures, they had Kismet markings, so it had to be a Kismet. Abyss, false god, well, I think that's out of the way because now we know it was a divine. But apostles, there's something about this vision that throws me off with how recently we learned that knowledge. And I'm wondering if it has something to do with the era of apostasies, or this being what those words could possibly be, or they might just be from that time. There's a lot. It's been a lot in the last few days.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot.
I thought war would be complicating on my life, obviously, but I didn't think it would be this fucking confusing.
I mean, if you want one, we're done. I can have the I can take you back to Eden. We can ask the astrologers, but
I definitely want to do some research more about that erbium and more about the white fog or white gas that wood was. I want to know if there was something about the lavender when it first appeared. If we can find fucking information about that, but I think it might be a clue, lead in the right direction.
perhaps. But you have to also understand that the events might not have any correlation at all.
You're possibly right. It just seems too coincidental.
And you might have just had a weird dream.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. Something's itching my brain. I would understand if it was more happenstance, but to find those and then those words on the pole on the building that we didn't understand or go see what it is, then to run into something that happens to possibly match the era where those words were carved into. It's a long shot, but it's the closest shot we've had to answering what the fuck could possibly be on that pole. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I am. Who knows? I'm gonna roll with it.
Don't know if you want to find out something about the lavender though. Dulsmik is probably the place you'll get the best information.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping. Rosary said that we would be staying even shorter than we did at the castle. I kind of hope we can stay just a little bit. I'm curious.
I wanted to see if I could sneak into wherever the Zomedians keep all their books. See if they have anything that correlates to the information we got on that poll.
Possibly very well could be. And, what's his name? Fucking... Hold on. There's too many names, too many faces.
Just a couple.
Orican. He said that, his wife might be meeting us in Dulsmik to see him off before the war. He said she might be able to get us into, one of the towers to see what the lavender actually looks like with like a telescope.
I suppose that would be useful.
Useful in many ways. But you're probably right. I would say either House Morningstar or House Zomeda would probably be our best bet for more information.
Morningstar would probably be the best bet, but we have no hope of getting over there.
That's true. Need a damn good reason.
And I don't think having a dream one night is a good enough reason.
Oh no. We'll get there.
Alrighty. As we go through this next month, these conversations, spatter about, come back up, talk more, fall back, and all the other events that we talk about. We get a little off track sometimes, maybe hunt a few animals and come back. One at a time, somebody accidentally shoots Rio, thinking he's a fox, and Rio has to be summoned back. We eventually come upon Dolzhmik. We do a little time skip here.
Woo! Dolzhmik!
Fuck does this place look like?
The east itself, as you grow closer to it, is very dark. Even the proximity of miles upon miles from the lavender turns the ground itself a little more wasteland-like. Grass doesn't grow as often. It's a bit cloudier. There's just kind of a constant overcast. City of Dolzhmik sits primarily in darkness, but you can see through its darkness spiring towers with telescopes off of them all throughout the highest points of the city. Some going up, some going even further towards the west, and some along the walls that just look to be like guard posts. Just seems they have the technology and they're using it for a multitude of things. The city itself is very tall in some places and is a little offset by that. But overall, it's very dark but beautiful. Here we have Dolzhmik.
Dolzhmik. I just like saying the name Dolzhmik.
It's a fun name.
Dracula lives here.
Dracula lives here.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. As we come upon...
Come.
Yep. We come upon... Let me get a little bit here. Upon Dolzhmik, an arrival party awaits you.
Ooh.
Arrested.
At this point, you all have kind of come a little bit closer together as carts for arrival purposes, kind of waiting for one another. And you all arrive at the city essentially at the same time here. Upon arriving, you see 3 people and a slew of guards outside that are all standing. 3 primary people, though. From one of the carts behind you, you see Orican swing off and rush past. As he does, he rushes up and picks one of the 3 people up and just gives her a hug. You see 2 women outside, and 1 man who sits here, or stands here. The man has his hands crossed behind his back, and one of the women is being hugged and pulled up by Orican. We don't get super big details quite yet, but as we approach closer, Rosary kind of like leans over. We'll just say, this is communicated through the group as a whole, or whichever cart she's in at this time, whoever would be in the front cart. She kind of leans in. They brought the Morningstar family here. It makes sense, I guess, if he's keen, he's coming into town. She'll kind of introduce as we do. First off, go to the aristocracy chat.
I've always wanted to know what he looks like.
The youngest daughter of the Morningstar family, and Orican's wife, Vali Morningstar.
Ooh.
The eldest daughter of the Morningstar family, Diana Morningstar. And who stands directly aside them, you see, puts a hand onto Orican, welcoming his stepson. Or son-in-law, I guess it would be. And long white hair travels down. Quite an interesting face we see here. One of the eyes very dark. The other one glows almost with stars within it. The skin itself is cracked down to his neck, and you can see from under the skin almost a moving cosmo of stars and space under it. Wearing a long blue and purple robe with a high collar behind it. You see Odin Morningstar, the patriarch of Morningstar and head of the Heavenly Concord.
Look at him. Oh my gosh. Not what I was expecting at all.
You all approach. Hop out of the carts as they are taken from your side. You can see one person. Well, there are actually a couple more. The head of House Zomida stands with Odin proudly. Of the elder Vane Zomida. Standing with them.
Spooky.
And I will ask for a history check from really anyone that would have done research on it or have this knowledge. So I guess Evelyn and Rokuda here. But sure, you can try it if you want.
Guidance. Guidance. Guidance.
Wow. Good checks.
25.
18.
Guidance. Guidance.
22.
Chad.
Sure, you've read about them. Same for you, Evelyn. You've never seen one, though. Of the premier guard of the Heavenly Concord, the essentially like elite honor guard, called the Supernova.
The supernova.
Yeah, or the Supernovae for plural. One of them stands. They are very few in number. They're rarer than Inquisitors. One of them stands next to Odin and Vane. Just at attention, you can see a dagger at their hilt of a bright purple and a rapier upon their other side of a bright purple of the same color. Both fade to like a white hot at the edges. A cape. You cannot see any features. It is metallic mask and armor with a green cape that fades into like a purple style of like cosmos and stars behind them. So you see a supernova.
Ooh, that's sick.
Just stands next to them, keeping an eye on everything as you all approach. Doesn't outwardly show it, but does not let you all get too close. And spends a little bit of time and comes up to greet you all. As Odin Morningstar walks up towards all of you as a group, and kind of slightly bows his head, not too much. Looks over all of you. It is a pleasure to meet you. All of you. We appreciate your help in the north. My name is Lord Odin Morningstar. I hope you find your stay here very welcome. As he looks over the entirety of the group, he pauses on Shoro.
What'd you do?
And that's where we're going to end the session.
Oh no!